Hello everyone, I am RexRed and this is an EZ3DTV tutorial today, and this is a flashlight. Yes, a flashlight, hello. Something to brighten up your day, to help you find things that you're looking for. It's always good to know where things are, and when you have a flashlight, you can find them. A nice bright one. So when the lights go out, then you have something for an emergency too. Okay, today we're going to work with animation in DAZ Studio. We're just going to kind of go through, and I'm going to also give some thoughts about animation and what it really entails to do animation. Because animation takes time to make, okay? Now, if you're just talking about moving a square across, a horizontal line, that you can do fairly quickly, and it will render on a 4090 graphics card. It will render pretty quickly, like within maybe 10 minutes or 5 minutes or something like that. But most animations that you make in DAZ Studio take anywhere from like 2 to 4 hours, and that's the low end. Usually, most of the times, it can take like 6 hours to render an animation. And that is just the render time, where your computer is kind of down. Angus, wonderful. It's good you have a flashlight. You caught the flashlight part at the beginning. Yes, we're doing flashlight stuff today. And we're going to work with animation today. And if you see here, what have we got going on? Am I back here to this computer? Yes, we are. This is the image that I made for this tutorial. So I just kind of like to go, I had to make this before I even started this video, because I have to make like something, a preview image for the video, so that people really kind of can come into the video and see, so they see something and say, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what this video is about. And this is the preview image that I created for this video today. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to go File, New. This is all saved. And we're just going to go New, Create. And it should give us a new scene. What we're going to do is we're just going to play around with a little bit of animation, but what I really want to do in this video is kind of stress to you what goes into making animation, and do you really want to do it? That's the question. Do you really want to do animation? And I know that your first answer is going to be, yeah, I want to do animation. I'd love to do animation. Everybody feels like it's the next step in what they are trying to do. But once you start really getting into animation, you need to realize the amount of time it takes to make, say, a 3-minute video. Okay? Because we're talking about animation clips that are, and 3 minutes is kind of like for a music video, 3 minutes is actually the minimum. You want to have at least 3 minutes. Why 3 minutes? What's so important about reaching 3 minutes? Why do we need to hit that 3-minute mark? Well, it comes from a long time ago, when there used to be those little 45 vinyl records the little teeny records, not the large, the large 33 and a quarter or something, not the large, your regular size record. We're talking about the little record, and those little records, they had like a limit, and they said, in order to make a single on that, it's only going to be a like slight little sliver of, and so they figured that 3 minutes was the minimum that they would want to put on a piece of vinyl, or they would kind of waste it with something too small. And so 3 minutes was like the minimum that they picked for that, so that it wouldn't waste the single side of an album of a 45 recording. And it also had to do with broadcast, where 3 minutes, at the radio stations, 3 minutes was kind of like how they would gauge things. But years later, it just kind of stuck as being the smallest amount that a song should go. And yes, there are songs that are less than 3 minutes, but I'll tell you, those songs generally didn't make it onto one of those 45 records, okay? And there are many albums with songs with less than 3 minutes. And the Chicago, when they made the song Spinning Wheel, I believe, I think it was Spinning Wheel. It might have been, it was Spinning Wheel, I believe, that it wasn't quite 3 minutes. And so, just a moment. So at the end of the song, they just put all of these kind of little flute things and things like da-da-da-da, like kind of like a noisy little kind of section, and then they faded them out just to make it hit 3 minutes. So that song, Spinning Wheel, could go on a 45 record. So this is kind of where that is left over from. So 3 minutes is probably the minimum of what you would make a full, an animation. And that 3 minutes would be filled with all kinds of little, like 5 and 6 second, maybe 10-second clips of things happening. Somebody running down an alley real quick, and then that shows them running from another angle. And then they're jumping over this thing, and there's an explosion in the corner. And they duck down, and that takes 5 seconds, 8 seconds, something like that. And there's also like a minimum for clips, and I don't know exactly what it is, but I would say roughly you wouldn't want to have an animation clip that's like just 2 seconds, like 1, 2, and like it could just say pow, but even 1, 2 is not really enough time to say pow, or something like bang or something, it's you really want like 3 seconds for something like that, just so people don't miss it while they turn their head. And what was that? Was there a bang? I think, so you want to have at least 3 seconds of the bang word to pop up and then disappear and kind of fade away. So 3 seconds is probably, again, your minimum for an animation length. And you're going to put all of those animations together they're called clips. So each animation is a clip that you make. And so you make a 3 second animation, you make an 8 second animation, you make a 7 second animation, you make a 4 second animation, you make a 10 second animation, and you piece them all together into a 3 minute video. And with a 3 minute song or 3 minute music composition. And now shorts are a whole different things. Shorts last 1 minute. Now, if you ever notice, all these shorts on YouTube, well, there's a limit. you're not allowed to make a short longer than 1 minute. Okay? And if you make a short longer than 1 minute, it will upload it to YouTube, but it won't be called a short. YouTube will not, will just kick it out of the short stuff and won't allow it to be listed in the shorts because it's 1 second longer than a minute, okay? And you cannot have, it cannot even be 1.5 seconds. It has to be 1 minute or under to make a short. Now, that's a whole different critter, okay? Because that's taking part of a song, usually like the chorus part or just the best part of a song and just kind of playing that part and chopping the rest out. But a video that's a music video, okay, is usually not less than 3 minutes. And again, it's because it's like you have to pull in all these people to make this video, this music video. And it's like you're going to pull in, designers, artists, and directors and producers and all of this stuff to make something less than 3 minutes. Now, today they do that to make something that's a minute. But it's just so rare to see that much production put into 1 minute, a 1 minute thing. But it's done. Some people do that. Some people put millions of dollars into a 1 minute thing. Yes, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm saying millions of dollars into making a short to advertise a video game or something like that. So, but it is very rare. Usually shorts are so lacking in production but they star in innovation and imagination and things like that. So I don't know why I'm talking with this thing so small here. We can go full screen here. Yeah, so they're lacking in production, but they make up for it in imagination and innovation, things like that. My window's open, so the cars are coming by. Okay, so now you probably have things in your life that take you, everybody has like a certain thing that they like to do, like a hobby or part of their work. And it takes them, a few days every week to do it. Whether if you, say, work on a website and you go and input information there, you do it every week and you work there on a certain thing for like maybe 3 days, and then your brain gets tired and you take a break, and then the next week you go back and you do it again. And everybody has something they do like that. I have a couple of them. Like I make music and I put together, I make songs. And my songs are, never under 3 minutes. But I make these songs and I put them together, and it takes me anywhere from 2 days to sometimes a week. Sometimes over a week, I will work on a song. And that's my thing. And then I will take that song and I will edit that to a video. And that editing part, editing it to a video, trying to find the right video, that's the hard part. But editing it to the video and chopping up the video, that doesn't take as much time. It's making the song that takes time, because I have to write the lyrics, I have to compose some kind of music, and then I have to arrange that music into verses and choruses. Then I have to figure out how the melody goes, and that just figuring out how the melody goes can take like an hour, a couple of hours to do that one part. Then I have to put in all these other instruments and figure out how they go. Like, does it have a flute, and what's the flute melody, and does it have an organ in it? Does it have an arpeggio, and all of these kinds of things that I add into the song. And then I have to mix all that stuff together, and that can take like anywhere from 2 to 4, 6 hours just to mix the song. And then it can take another, and during the mix, I'm kind of working on the mastering part as well. So all of that takes like a minimum of 2 days of like working steady, like all day. And so that's my thing. So where does animation fit into all of this? Well, we're back in Daz Studio. We'll come back into Daz Studio. And you see, I have close to 12,000 Daz assets. So when I come in here to Daz assets here, and I scroll down here, that means because I've bought like 12,000 assets, I have like over 1 million items that are in Daz Studio, over 1 million. And everything from HDRIs to textures and shaders and hair item assets and just everything you can imagine in here. Because like if I just click on this brick, okay, and I go into here, this is a brick shader. Well, look at all the items just inside there, okay? And these are just brick, okay? And as we go down through, like we could select this Metro sub. Well, look at all the things that are in the Metro sub that come with this scene elements. And so as everything in here, and as you can see, there's a ton of stuff. Okay, there's 11,000 products that I bought, and many of them don't even show in the smart content. I would say close to a third, maybe even half of them don't even show up in the smart content. So they're not even here, okay? So what am I going to do with all these things? Well, what I do with them is it's kind of like when I'm not making music, and now I have this EZ3DTV channel, is when I'm not making music, I'll come into, and it's a way of unwinding and just kind of put together a scene, some kind of scene. And that scene will take me anywhere from like an hour to maybe 3, 4. Sometimes I can work on a scene for like 5 or 6 hours. That's kind of rare, okay? But it's not 3 days to a week, okay? And so that scene gets done within 3 to 5 to sometimes even an hour. I can work on a scene in an hour and it's just done. This is like, wow. So it's something that I can fit into my schedule. It's not something that takes, but animation, okay, animation, I have just had to come to the conclusion that as I want to learn like everything about animation. I want to learn exactly how everything is done, and I probably will, okay? Because just spending a little bit of time learning animation, I don't have to actually make it. I can just learn it. But making animation is one of those things that takes time, okay? Making a scene, I can just put like this fishing boat in, put some kind of ocean in, put a sunset in, put a camera in the scene, and render it. I could take this horse, put the horse in the scene, put it in a pose, make some kind of field around the horse, maybe with like wheat growing, and put a sunset in the scene, put a camera in the scene, and render it. So, but I'm making that sound like it's not very much, but it's actually a lot just to do that so that can take, 4 or 5 hours, but it's not like three days to a week working on like 8 seconds of an animation. And that's the difference right there. Is animation takes more time to do it. And am I willing to fit that into my life, where I'm already making scenes where I took this Alamosaurus and put them in a big ocean, a lake, and their head was coming out of the water, and I named it Loch Ness Monster. And so I had this really kind of spooky nighttime scene, and there were ripples in the water where his head was coming out, and I put a camera in the scene and I rendered it, and it took me like about maybe 4 hours to make it. But there again, even if I'd wanted to, didn't need to spend more time on it. It was done, And so that's the thing, is that it's the making a scene is you can kind of arrange everything in the scene. You can spend, like I said, 8 hours on a scene, but it's not like over the course of 3 whole days working on something. And that's what my songs are. My songs, there's just no way to avoid putting that much time, unless it's just me and a guitar and maybe a bass and a pad. And you know what? I never make songs like that. They're always produced. They always have other instruments, all kinds of other stuff in them. So as a DAZ artist, if you're thinking, and like I said, learn animation. You can learn it. You can buy videos. You can watch my videos here about animation. Learn it. Learn animation. It doesn't hurt to learn it, okay? And at that point, then you're gonna come up against this decision and realization that what it takes to make a 3-minute, because when we're talking about a 3-minute video, a production, something that you can send out and say, I made this, and it's 3 minutes. I believe a 3-minute animated video would take more than a week to make, okay? And that is because every little clip is like many hours project. Every little, like the woman running down the street, and she's running down the street, her hair has got to move, her clothing has all got to move, everything's got to move, and the right way to look, so it doesn't look like she's running down the street with a straitjacket, like with her clothes not moving even a drop, It's that kind of thing. Or her hair just kind of like stays right where it is as she's running, and it's moving, and her head's moving, but her hair doesn't even move at all, kind of thing. You have to have the hair flying in the wind. You have to have all of this stuff. This is a huge, and I am not saying one person can't do this. I'm just saying, if you want to do this, it's got to be your thing. You got to put everything else aside, and it's got to be that one thing that you like to do, that you love to do. Art! Welcome, Art. Welcome. Lovely to have you here. Angus was right here when I was doing the flashlight thing. It's like, hello, everyone. I hope this doesn't hurt my camera. Hi. This is the flashlight thing. So, trying to get people's attention on YouTube. Hello, people. Yes, Art, you're right. There is the perfectionist in me, but but it's also it is the perfectionist, but there's a reasonable amount of time animation takes just to do it. Now, if you want to just make a video of, put a cube, it's like put a cube in the scene, and there are people who do that. They just, they teach animation by just putting a cube in the scene and moving the cube. Now, this particular cube has so much geometry in it. I've got to lower the geometry down to like 20. All right, let's try a cube that we can actually move. So we move the cube like from there to there and say, that's animation, people. And, that's not animation. I mean, it is, but animation is an entire scene with atmosphere and with characters with moving hair and moving clothes that blink. The characters blink when they're talking to you. They breathe, okay? If I've made an animation and did everything but forgot to make the character breathe while they were doing their dance, and it just looked terrible because their chest wasn't going in and out like a person who's alive. So it's, yes, you're right to point that out, that yes, I'm a perfectionist, or that I work with many, many, many fine details. But animation, it's the nature of animation, just like it's the nature of song creation. If you want to create, a number one hit, okay, it's generally, it's not going to be just you on your guitar, okay? It's not going to be just moving a cube. If you want to make an animation, unless you use what these people are doing in these shorts, they use imagination and ingenuity, and they have the cube like melt and drip all over the ground, and people think that's cool, and so they'll watch it for, and they might even watch it again and again because it's so cool looking. But generally, animation isn't that. It's a character that blinks and that breathes and that talks to you and their lips move like they're real, and you can't really tell that they're not real. That's the kind of thing that animation really is. The more real you can make it look, the better it is. Sometimes it's a good thing. The bad and the good in others. We recognize both the bad and good in others, and we see in ourselves something. Sometimes that's a good thing. Yeah. Well, it's important to look at animation and assess what it's going to take to do it. Okay? And like I said, it doesn't hurt to learn animation. Learning animation, you can learn to animate within, a couple of months and become a very, very good animator in a couple of months. You can learn all the ins and outs of Animate 2 and working with keyframes. You can learn all of the techniques to editing and using morphs in your animation. You can learn it, but there's a difference between learning how to do animation and spending the rest of your life making animations, okay? Because you have to then dedicate your life. And you see, when it comes to music, that's what I am. That's what I do. I make songs. So it's just every week my brain says, okay, I've got to write another song. I've got to write a new song. So I'll write the lyrics, I'll find the music, some kind of music, and I'll write the song, and then I'll start working on that song. And 3 days to a week later, it's done. And then I'll put that song into a video, and I will release it on YouTube. That's what I do. Now, I also, like I said, I take time, and when I have time off from making songs, I'll come here and say, oh, I'm going to go and do a live video. Well, my live video with you, sometimes they've been 8 hours, but usually they're like 3 or 4 hours. They're not 3 or 4 days, okay? And they're also, and when I make a Daz scene, it's 3 or 4 hours. It's not 3 or 4 days. Would I be? And so it just came, to it. All of a sudden, the conclusion popped in my head that said, oh, I now fully see how much time it's going to take to make an animation. It's going to take, just to make like a 6-second or 8-second animation, it's going to take me hours and hours to do it. Serenity's Gate. Welcome. Yes, I am here early today. I was thinking that, it wasn't a good idea to come early because everybody kind of expects me later, because that's when I usually come in. But I figured, why not try it? So then I can get done earlier, and I don't have to keep you people, awesome, wonderful people, up so late. So right to the edge of your bedtime. So, which I'll probably do that anyway. Yeah, I need a breathing. That's very funny. That is very funny. That is an allegory. I think you can expand that into some sort of parallel universe. Serenity's Gate. Yes, welcome, people. Welcome. So what we're talking about is to be or not to be. The question with animation, my suggestion, if you are not interested in putting hours and hours into animation for the rest of your life, like a week just to make, or 3 days just to make a 5-second clip, or maybe you can work faster. Once you have a process, but it's still going to. And then once you've made the animation, then you have to render the animation, which is going to take anywhere from 4 to 8 hours to render, and sometimes even longer. If you're not willing, and tying up your computer, so it's like, yeah, I'm rendering an animation while I'm trying to work on music in the background. So this is the question. So my suggestion is, if you can't put the time into animation, but you're a Daz artist, it doesn't hurt to learn animation, because every once in a while, and this is what really kind of bothers me, is I would make animations more often if the Daz gallery allowed us to upload them. Because, who else wants to see these little 3-second clips? Nobody wants to. They don't get it. They just don't get it. But the people who are in the Daz gallery, they get it. They look and say, oh, that's cool. That's Michael 9. And he's jumping around, clapping his hands and doing a dance. But we don't have a place to put them. And there's no release. Okay? There's no place to release them into the wild other than YouTube. And YouTube will take them, but you know what they do? you put that 3-second animation up on YouTube, and it, unless it's really fantastic or something, or 5-second animation, 10-second, unless it's really fantastic, it just sits there in obscurity and goes absolutely nowhere. No one who watches, who's interested in animation probably will ever see it. It just doesn't get any traction or attention, or it just doesn't go anywhere. And then when you talk about the shorts menu, the short stuff, there's so many other things, just people squirting whipped cream all over their body and running through traffic or something. There's just too many other things that are much more interesting than an animation of a cube going from like here to there and back again, you know? That it's just so like, okay, the cube going like from here to there and back. It's like, wow, that is cool. That is cool. But, you know, it would be nice if the DAZ gallery allowed us. If you're not on at midnight, that's funny. How can I fall asleep to your voice? Well, this is my midnight voice. So this is the kind of thing that we're talking about, is getting our stuff out there. And I just, you know, DAZ made all these concessions and added AI stuff into the gallery, which I guess they're just images. So maybe the AI stuff should have been added into the should be added into the gallery. Maybe the AI stuff should have been entered into the gallery before DAZ takes on adding animation into the gallery. But it'd just be nice to be able to, in the gallery, upload an animation and people can click on it and say, oh, that's cool. Because most animations are only like, a few seconds long, like 6 seconds or 8 seconds long. It's not that long, but it'd be interesting to see what DAZ people are doing. And the thing is that, yes, I could make, I wouldn't mind, maybe it would take me a couple days to make a 5-second animation, but I might do it every once in a great while, where when there's no place to upload it to, why even bother? Why make something that's just going to sit on my hard drive, and go nowhere? So that's the thing, is if DAZ Studio wants more people to animate with DAZ, you've got to give us a gallery, an animation gallery. You can either put them in with the regular stuff or make a separate animation gallery. But we need an animation gallery someplace so we can show our stuff to other DAZ artists. You put it on YouTube and it's like throwing it into the ocean. It's just nowhere to be found, ever. It will never be seen. It's a speck, a molecule in the ocean, where there are billions and billions of other things that just drowned out any kind of little thing. But in the DAZ gallery, it would actually be of interest, okay? So I am going to conclude this beginner's part, the beginning part of this, where I just wanted to talk about, should I or shouldn't I go into animation? So, and that's, to just recap, if you have time to spend a week or a week every once in a while to make an animation, because it takes that long to really do it. It's like my song thing. It's like when I make a song, I have to put the Stradivari violin in. I've got I've got to put the acoustic guitar part and make that acoustic guitar part, record it and sit there and do all of these little processes. Then I have to mix, then I have to master it, then I have to publish it, then I have to go and advertise it to different media outlets to try and get that in a movie, get my song in some kind of movie. It's an entire job all in itself. And that's what animation is. Now, making a scene in DAZ, I can do it in a few hours, and it's just a scene in DAZ is something that I can just get done in a few hours and then kind of go back to my music and just have a break and let my ears heal and repair up from hours and hours and hours of stuff. All right. The way you do that Serenity's Gate is with morphs. Okay, morphs are, it says, I was serious. I need to learn how to make the chest rise and fall so I can loop it in a video, okay? It's very easy, okay? All you do is use morphs, okay? Morphs, and the thing about morphs, and I've just kind of learned this, all right? But let's go into the timeline here. And when you... All right, we're gonna start now. I'm gonna tell you again, always, this is the first thing you do when you make a scene is you put your Genesis 9 figure into the scene. Okay? You don't put like some other character. If you want to use another character, put their features on the Genesis 9 figure. Okay? I've done that, told you that like already, but always start with the Genesis 9 figure, especially with animation, because it's going to have the least amount of kind of junk in it. All right. Then we're going to put some pants on right here. Just so, okay. Now this figure, if I go and open up the heat. Okay, let's put on a shape now. Where are my shapes? Okay, I'm not going to put skin on. We'll do Velar. I don't know what Velar looks like, but he doesn't look like this. Okay, so we're going to put Velar's shape on. Okay, there. See, just takes a second to put a shape on. Okay, I always start with Genesis 9. And then put the shape on. Shape your figure the way you want them. All right, now... what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an animation on him, okay, so that you can see there's a difference here between these keyframes and morphs. Okay, morphs work alongside keyframes, okay, but morphs are animatable. Okay. And so this is how this works. So we're going to go here. Okay, first I have to go and... Now there's something in here, and I don't know what it is, but there's something that allows you, because this tries to play this at like the regular speed. And so that's why it jumps over and keeps jumping, because it's trying to play it like 30 frames per second. And so it's following time, a time constraint where it's saying a second has got to be a second. But there's a way to set this, and I haven't learned this yet because I wasn't paying attention when I was watching this tutorial, a tutorial on this. But there's a way to change it so that instead of it trying to play it with a time constraint, it plays it with a frame constraint so that it actually just kind of goes through the frames one by one slowly. Okay, so it plays the frames rather than plays the seconds. I haven't learned how to do that yet. Okay, so there's some way to do it, and if somebody can find out and bring that information into this would be very good. So, and thanks for the likes. Any kind of likes on this video, it's very important that I get them. Thank you. Another frog in my throat. Okay, so now we're going to go and make sure that we have, okay, we have heat, the heat animation, connect to heat. Okay, heat bridge is connected. So we can open the heat bridge and, okay. Now this one looks like it's already got, let's look at it. It's called back sleep. All right, let's play it. Oh, it's loading. Okay, see, this looks like his stomach is already moving, so we're not going to go with that. Where it's, his stomach is already moving. I'm losing the signal, gonna reboot. Well, let me know if we're having any problems here. Rabbit, gonna reboot. Well, we'll be here. Art, we will be here. Okay, so let's find one that probably doesn't have any. Now, I would think a floating yoga would have breathing in it, because that's the whole point of yoga, is breathing. We'll do this one, maybe, because maybe they didn't put breathing in. And how long is this? 806. So this is a long animation. Oops, let's go back. Oops. All right, we're gonna, how many is this again? 876. 876. Total 876. I like the way it figures that out for me. Enter, so it puts 876, so it would be 0 to 875. Okay, so it figures that out. Okay, and then we select this and we just click. We'll stop this now. It irritates me that all these are going on in the background. Okay, import. Now, what this did, it just put a bunch. Why? Okay, why did this? Okay, 876. Oh gosh, okay. 876, okay? Not sure why that decided to put like a lot more. All right, now if I play this, as you notice, it's jumping over them, okay? It's not playing through them. It's not scrubbing through them. And I'm not sure. You'd think you could right-click and tell it to play the frames rather than play. I'm not sure how to do this, okay? But what we're going to do now is go to our, see these morphs, they go on top. This is another reason why I don't do this so early, because my voice wakes up at like 5, 6 o'clock at night, and it starts to work. So this is like an Aladdin kind of thing, I guess, or yoga. Transcendental meditation. Okay, so what we have here, now we can move our thing. It's like going to be impossible to tell if his chest is coming in and out. All right. But what happens is that the morphs, when I go to the Genesis 9, we have the Genesis 9 figure selected, and we go to parameters, which is here. We get rid of the iris thing. Then, when we go down through, you see we have, like, if you bought a bunch of morphs and all, you have a ton of morphs, okay? So would we go abdomen A, we'd go like chest, all right? And let's go back here, chest size, okay? Proportional chest size. Now, should try the Global Skin Blender add-on that recently got released especially for Genesis 8 character because they have great skin textures with details like pores and acne. And, Global Skin Blender add-on. Let's see what that, where is that? Is that, was that released in the DAZ store? Because I didn't see it. All right, let's see. Let's go to the DAZ store. Okay, this is the skin detailer. Okay, now this has been around. I believe that this might also. Okay, this is actually for Genesis. No, this isn't it. Okay, Skin Blender. Okay, because this is. This isn't it. This would be for. This is for Victoria and Michael. So I'm not seeing anything here. So it would have to be, let's see, it's called Global Skin Blender. All right. And features. Global Skin surpasses character generator by removing. Okay. Where did, okay, you can put cookies here. Ambient, okay. Render, where's the system? Free updates, okay. MetaHuman, DAZ 3D, Genesis 8 compatibility, okay. All right, so it does have Genesis and 9 compatibility. This is very interesting. It would be very nice if the Genesis 8 figures, if we could just put another kind of skin on them. So this is a very nice tip, very nice, very, very, very good tip. So it seems reasonably priced. It's $69. What it would go, published 8 days ago. All right, this looks pretty good. Because I was asking in the chat in the forums, and I went and I said, why don't we have like 8K skin for Genesis 8 figures? And Richard Hazeltine, I said, he came in and said, well, Genesis 8 figures will take 8K skin. It's just nobody's made it for it, but it will take all of the figures. You just put a bigger map on it. It's because it will take whatever size map you put on it. The what are they called? The things that map out the skin. Those little areas that it maps out, they will accept whatever size image you put on it. So it's not limited to 4K. It's just that's all that Daz puts out for skin, because they figure people are going to want to put something other than a character with nice skin in the scene. This doesn't look... Okay, I'm going to put this into here. Compatible with all flat platforms. Okay, so this looks really, really good. Look at this. So I'm surprised Daz let this in, because it's going to kill all their skin products. So maybe, or just maybe it's not as good as it looks. Okay. Frequently asked questions. What's the difference between and Humanify? Is it also are two separate products? Yeah, I think I guess I can't complain about my skin because it could be worse. So I have an error when installing. Humanify, Global Skin and Humanify are two separate products. Consider Humanify as a light version of Global Skin. All right, although Humanify can be used and mastered to create extremely impressive human models, Global Skin provides a significant upgrade in terms of detail, quality, and customization. The difference is significant, and the end results can be compared to see that. Alongside the feature improvements, Global Skin is an all-in-one resolution to realism solution as it is adapted the UVs. That's what the word I was to the UVs of MetaHuman, Human Generator, CC4, and Daz. This would be nice because this would even plug into Character Creator 4, which has the most horrible skin of any program in the world. So I have an error when installing. Is Global Skin compatible with Blender 4.2? Does it? Okay. It is a 3D. It's a 3D Loki character on Renderosity called Sin G3F. Her other option is called Weathered. Her other option, I'm not sure what you're asking there. I myself have imperfect skin, so I have a favorite. Okay. Imperfect skin is a product. Okay. It just popped in my head. Okay. I just understood what you were talking about. It was like, well, my skin's okay. I'll keep it. I have imperfect skin too, Art. Oh, you're funny. Fell right into that one. It took me a moment there. It's like, okay. All right, this looks good. What I'm not seeing is what is it 4K? Is it how does it, this would mean you would have to load like normal maps and all kinds of other stuff. That is a DAZ figure right there, okay? Apply textures to your own skin tones, achieve fully customized results. How easy? Is it just going to output this file like a DUP file that you load in? I don't think it's going to be that easy to adaptable fully for use with Meta Creation DAZ 3D 8 and 9. Now, that is a game changer because that makes Genesis 8 really toggle albedos, intuitive, sliders, ready-made tones, infinite customizations, no seam cuts, Blender compatibility. I believe the main reason they do not demand their artists to make 8K skin is because it's impractical till 8 to 12 terabyte drives are readily available. Well, actually, you can get an 18 terabyte drive, 18 terabytes refurbished. Let's see, Amazon. 18 TB, like for $100, 150 terabyte, 18 terabyte refurbished hard drive. Refurbished doesn't mean it's been used, okay? $191. I paid like $350 for mine. Okay? These are renewed. It just means that something was wrong. They went in and soldered something and it worked. They're brand new. They've just had something that came out of the factory that was wrong. They fixed them all and sold them all. Sold them. I'm using a 24 terabyte hard drive that is refurbished that I paid I think $250 for. But this is $200. That there's no shortage of space for hard drives, okay? None. Now, there's just kind of no excuse for not having an 18 terabyte drive, okay? So there's $200 for enough for you to fill for the next 10 years of DAZ purchased products. So, yeah, this global skin looks really good. Now, we're going to go back to answering Serenity's Gate question, okay? Chest flat, okay? So, we're at frame 1. Let's make sure we're at frame 1, okay? So we don't do this in the wrong place. Okay, was his chest flat? I think that would be... Okay, that's the... Well, you can see... All right, let's go out of Iray. Okay, let's see. Chest flat. Okay, okay, that's a little bit of... All right, so you don't have to go in and put keyframes in. What this is doing is it's animating the morph, and it's saying at this place, the morph... Where was the chest flat? Okay, that's back to 0. Okay, let's see. Let's natural chest creases. Okay, chest... chest, okay, chest sides, okay. There are morphs that you can install, breathing morphs, okay. Let's see, I think they sell them on breathing Genesis 9 Alive, okay. There are breathing, okay, here. And I own this. Okay, this is a Genesis 9 Alive. These are Breathe. Okay, these are... Okay, so you just go to Breathe. Okay, and where are they? I believe they would be in the Animorphs, and I don't know really how to animate to. They just I don't have my animate to. Okay, let's delete that. All right, I don't have my aniMate 2 set up. Okay, this would be aniMate plus, butterflies, clouds, hybrid, grass, okay, ocean. See, I don't have, okay, fighting. I don't believe that these are, okay, gestures, walks. So go to people, then Genesis 9, then the morph tab. I believe the main reason they, okay, people, okay, let's see here. I have lost my place. Okay, aniMate. Okay, see, this is not allowing me to this is only going to show what I have in okay, what you have to do is you have to go into your content library and see, I haven't done this, okay? I didn't expect I was going to go into, see, all right, I have this aniBlocks here. All right, and so what I've done is I did actually do this. So what you do is you go into, okay, and it's in the wrong place. Okay, here it is. There's one here as well. Okay, all right, these are, and see, the thing is the problem with this is that a lot of these that I have, these, they just says aniMate, and you go in, he's got fighting and gestures. Oh yeah, but they're all for Genesis 8 or they're Genesis 3, or it doesn't say what they are for, okay? And you see now I've put some of these on him. When I put them over, they're not, he's not running, he's not doing anything right. These are for, because they're not for Genesis. Okay, this is Genesis 8 female. That's why, you see, so what I have to do is organize these so that my aniMate 2 blocks, aniBlocks for Genesis 9, and you see I have them here, okay, in aniBlocks. They're not showing up in here, okay? And so that's the problem. I haven't really worked on this part yet. I didn't know that I was going to do aniBlocks today. And what I'm going to do is we're going to talk about morphs instead, because, and I believe that these should also have, okay, this is holding breath. This is a face. These are face morphs. Okay, so if we just go chest, I can show you in general, okay, chest size. Okay, this is like a little bit of breathing. If we just, okay, see, so it just a little bit of that. So if I were to go, and this isn't going to show very well, let's, and see, no, this you would think with a yoga pose like this, he would be breathing, but there's no chest action going on here. And that's kind of terrible for a yoga pose when everything about yoga is about breathing. Okay, I'm back again. So let's chest shape. Okay, that's not it. Control Z. Let's go here. Okay, let's chest up to set down. This might be it. Okay, there it is. That's something close enough. And all right, that's going to give it a little bit of something. All right. This is a Vinme. This comes with the Vinme Genesis 9 Vinme animation morph collection. Vinme Chest volume fixed left. Okay, that's not it. Legs to chest. Okay, so I know I have more of this. I just haven't put it together. It's alive. All right, so very good. Yes, Master von Frankenstein. Yes, create keys. Okay, so we're going to just take that, and then what we'll do is we'll move it ahead a little bit, like here. Okay. If it lets me. I don't think I saved this. And it's doing one of its really kind of weird things. Yeah, Daz is just going to close. It's going to say, I've had enough. I'm fed up. Okay, it actually finished. Okay, so it did something. So we're going to save this so we don't have to save as, and we'll call this Yoga Man. All right, well, let's try it without the case sensitive correctly. Yoga Man. All right. So these morphs go on top of your animation. So the animation, we're not changing the animation. It's staying just the way it is. Like when I click play here, the animation is going to he's going to keep doing all of that stuff. But the morphs like are another layer on top. So if I say, well, his hand, I'd like it to kind of bend in. Well, then you bend it with a morph. Now that's different. So than parameters. Okay, morphs are different. I think parameters go under morphs. Yes, they're different than surfaces. Surfaces are only animatable if you use a special program, but morphs are animatable. Animal. Chest all HD. What's this? VAS chest. What's this one? Nothing. Okay. Well, it's good to know that. All right. So, all right. So we're going to go back to this up down, and we're going to want these, each one of the group here is a second. So I would say we would like to probably have his chest go up and down like, okay, this is a second, like a little bit more than a second. So we'll just, I know this isn't very scientific, but let's kind of bring the chest up. Okay, let's bring it way up. And then we move it like this, a little bit more than a second again. And we bring it down to 0. Okay, enter. Let's see. Alternate. Okay, back to 0. And that should put a keyframe there. Okay. Every time you move it, it's going to put. So then we bring the chest up again. And then we move it again. We bring it back to 0. Okay. And then we go up here like this. And the chest up. And we'll bring it almost down to 0. So it's still moving. Okay. Now let's try play this. And it's not working. Why didn't this work? Maybe I didn't stress. Okay, then we want keyframes. Add a keyframe. Okay. And what I haven't learned is where. Okay, now it's going to sit and think again for a while. Okay, you can think. Now imagine if we had the skin on this figure, it would be a mess. Because it would be even that much more to deal with. See, it is possible to animate and to do some really beautiful animations. The problem is, okay, now what, look, see that? Okay. See, this is moving. 46, okay. 48. Okay, so it's just not moving the way we intended it to move. Okay, so let's go back to 0. Let's bring this back to 0. Okay, add a keyframe. Okay, oh, I see. We have to move it a tiny bit. Oh, we have to move this a tiny bit. Okay, it's, my gosh, what's going on with my computer? I think it's this, all these animations in the background trying to work at the same time. We're going to close this. Okay, we've already got the animation we're going to use. Close all of that. Close the link. All of that. Come on. All right. So what we have to do is go back to this. And we have to move the chest a tiny bit, okay, in order to make a keyframe here. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay. Keys, what's... I am not sure why my... I am going to close settings. It could be OneDrive. Pause syncing for 8 hours. Because it's just every time I change my file, it could be trying to upload it. Which I didn't save it, but it looked like it was doing stuff in the background. Let's see. Okay, I've lost my camera. Let me see. It just decided to get hot and shut off. It happens, even with a $4,000 camera. All right, so... yeah, I wish Sony would give us cameras that are cool. All right, we may go to midnight anyway. What I find is the lack of genitals on their characters. Do they think they're going to make baby assets so they don't have to buy anymore? That's mostly a joke. I don't work with naked characters anyway, so I'd rather not have them. And, you know, I don't care about that because I'm not going to be posting nude characters. And it's just that I like kind of a little more classier art than I do the tawdry. There's a place for that, but if I was going to, you know, there's porn. Why look at 3D characters with genitals, you know, when there's porn, you know? So, you know, I just don't think that I never put the anatomical elements on my figures anyway. So they just pretty much are a waste to me. But there are people that work only in that. Yeah, well, so, you know, I am not against tawdry art. I'm not against, you know, nudity. I'm not against any of that. I just think there's a place for it. And the place where my art goes is YouTube, and that's a family-friendly community. So I don't work with that. So, all right, so if I try to move this up like a bunch of frames, okay, then we're going to take this chest up down, and let's bring it up. Okay. Now I would assume it would just make a keyframe. So now we're at frame, what? Current is 8. We're at current frame is 165. So we go back, and this should go, okay, this, see that went back to 2.1. Now, all right, so if we go up to here, there should be a keyframe there. Okay, now we go back to, we'll go to this, okay? And now if we go back, see, I'm not sure why that's not putting a keyframe there. Okay, so add a keyframe here. It's thinking. And at this keyframe, it's just a lot of frames. This is why I say you need time. You need to put time into animation. Are we back? Okay, we are. So we'll bring this up. Okay. Add a keyframe. Come on, add. Now, let's see. It's still thinking again. Now, I'm seeing this animate, but I'm not sure that it's doing what I kind of thought it would do. I thought like I had auto key on. Maybe I turned it off, okay? Because it looks like maybe this auto key, I think this is auto key. This is to add, that's auto key. So I think I turned auto key off. Okay, what's this? I'm going off a tangent. Yes, I was being tawdry humorous because your characters pose perfectly to conceal any of... Yeah, well, he has pants on. So that's why I put the black pants. And... yeah, I keep, you know, and it's also, it's convenient that I happen to work with the male figures. I am not sure. This isn't like highlighting. The auto key I thought would highlight. It like turn yellow or something. It's just not doing anything when I click on it. I don't know if it's on or off. Now that skin product that that Adha talked about, I just can't get that out of my mind. That's I'm probably going to rush out and buy it. And $69 is a lot of money, but if it would be nice if you could just create a skin, click one button, and boom, there's that skin on your Genesis 8 figure. Now that would be really nice. Or what would even be better is if it was like something that opened up within DAZ and you could like tweak it and then close it again. That would be very, very good. So let's check and see. Are we back? This is just like really slow and I don't know why. It is so slow working here. And I have been told that I should probably work with Genesis 3 figures. So when we go down, you see it's not incrementing down to 0. It's not incrementing at all. It's not animating. Oh, okay. Now look. See, this is lit. Okay, that's what I did. This is a key graph. Okay, that's to open the key graph. Okay. I didn't know that what that was. Node. Okay, there's certain things I don't know about this. Key graph used to be a separate product, and you see now I've never been able. I've always wondered, how in the hell do I get rid of this? Okay, well, that's how you do it. Okay, so you can work just with your keyframes. Create keys. Okay, I was sure there was an auto key. Skip to next key. I'm thinking of another program or something. Copy selected, paste selected keys. Right click. Rotation. Node, okay. Select all keys, deselect property types. Scale. That's not as many as things as I would want. Now, some of your other stuff here with animation goes into this edit and see figure. Okay, you come down to figure. And this is where you can like restore their pose, memorize, clear animation, clear figure, clear pose, clear. You see locks and set locks for your figures, certain things in the scene that you don't want moving around. Move to the floor. So I've always just kind of like figure. It's like, what's that for? But this is geometry. This is where you can do a lot of animation stuff here with your figure. And now when I move this up, chest up, okay, it's at 67 at 0. It is moving. 61, now it's down, okay. So let's turn this a little bit, okay. You can't really see this because it's not jumping through. See, it's raising, it's not going up and down like, because the way I've set this, and I'm not sure. Okay, so we go to 61. Let's bring this down to 0. To 3.5, and then let's go up 30, let's go here, and then go back to 6.4, okay, and then we go here, move it back up, is it working now? Bring it back down. This is the way it's supposed to work. You're supposed to be able to just jump through and move the chest up and down like this, and it should change it. So like that. Let's finish it off. Then back down. And then back up. Okay. Now take me back to the beginning. No, it's not working. Okay, we're at 19. So it has some kind of animation that it's done, that it's been put in, and that's what. Okay, now it's going back down. It went down very quickly. So it's trying to do these animations, but I think I messed it up. And and I'm not sure where it puts your morph animations. Okay, now we go here and turn this on. Bring this up. Well, let's see. I don't see anything in here in the graph editor. All right, so we'll turn this off. Now, see, that's, I'm not sure where, oh, properties. Okay, the spline properties. Oh, because it's only, now if we go to hip, okay, spline 2. See, that's not working like. All right, well, I'm just going to say that this is how. Now you see the chest is moving up. And let's go back to our Genesis 9. Let's pull this down a little bit. See, it's now the chest is at 53, okay, and then it comes up to 71. It is moving, okay, it's hard to kind of tell. And now it's down to 43, it's up to 69 again, back down to 28, and it's going down towards 1. Yeah, see, so it's going up and down and up and down. I didn't do that very smoothly, okay? I just, so it didn't work the way I kind of expected it to. Now if I click play, see the chest is going up and down. Okay, so once you get, and the thing is that it wasn't that hard to kind of put this animation on him and have his chest move up and down. Now the same thing would go with expressions. And I've learned with expressions that only a tiny bit is needed. So we could go now back to the beginning. And in order to get it to start, you have to kind of lips part. Let's just do a little bit here. You have to move it a tiny bit, like at least 1 to throw a keyframe in. And then you bring it up like here. And then we'll do the lips part a little bit. Okay, that didn't really do anything. Let's find something else. Not smile, annoyed. I'm not sure why it's only showing a few expressions here in the parameters. Okay, let's take the sub-items off. Oh, show sub-items. We have to have that here. I took a lot of my expressions out. Oh, okay, pose controls. They would be in here, arms, feet, head. Expressions 9. Let's take that out of here. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, disgust. Okay, there's a few here. Oh, there's a lot for expressions. Okay, I think that those are 9 expressions. Michael 9, okay, emotional. Saying no, okay. Brows up, okay. Okay, what's this one? Let's go back to the beginning. What's this one? All right, let's look at the face closer. His eyes are in the wrong place, but that's okay. We'll take and deal with that later. F. That was kind of scary. Sad, pucker. Frown, pain. His whole face crunches in, like crying. Fear, frown. He's making the motion as he's using F. Yeah, I have a bunch of those phenomes or whatever they're called. I'm not sure even. That's kind of a new word for my brain. Phenomes. Z. Growl. Okay, so we're finding a ton of them. Excited. Hold breath. We'll see that's like again. That's impressed, insulting, meditating. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of that. So we'll do the meditating one. So we start out with just a little bit. Okay. So that it puts a keyframe here, and then we go here with just a little bit of this meditating. Okay, that closes his eyes. So we'll just do a little bit, and then we'll bring him back to the regular pose, and then we go here. We add a little. See, these go on top of the other pose that we loaded. This all goes on top. aniBlocks is another option as well. So the heat is probably an aniBlocks, because what you can do is you can bring this. Once you bring this animation in, you can create an aniBlocks from it. You just right click. And somewhere in here, or you can create an aniBlock. Okay, let's go up here and see where this expression is, 34. Let's bring it down now again to here, or about here. And okay, it is going back down. So I guess we could just bring it back up here to meditating, like, okay. And so we go back to the beginning, and now we have that meditation stuff going on with him. You can see his eyes are just kind of. So this is moving with him, okay? And see, so these work on top of your. So now if I wanted to like move this shoulder up, okay? We go back to the beginning. And we go to about here. And then we go to our right arm. Now I think we've got to actually go back. See, because these are different. See, in here we don't have You know, I could just bend the shoulder up and bring it down. Okay, bend the arm up here. But you can also then come in and use things that work with more than one joint. It bends it and twists it as it moves up. So you can create your own morphs. And that's something I haven't learned yet. It's still on my to-do thing to list to do. I know it can be done, but I haven't really learned exactly how to make morphs yet. So I can show you morphs that are already made, and that's what we're going to do now. That'll be for part 3 of this animation series when I learn it. But instead of that, we just click back on Genesis 9, okay? And we got natural movement set. We go to pose controls, and there's a bunch of them already. So we click on arms, okay? Arms up, down, right. Okay, so this would be the right arm. Now you see, that's the thing, is that this moves more than just one. You see? It moves his hands, it moves his fingers, it moves everything. So these are the kind of morphs you want to collect, okay? Is a ton of them. And like one we're like to like kind of touch, you know, anything like that, to scratch their nose, okay? So it's a more complex. It uses the whole arm to scratch the nose. And then at that point, you can use other, like if he scratches his forehead and you would rather him scratch his nose, then you can just animate move the arm down and animate that so that it's in the right place where it's supposed to be. So you put this all on top of your animation. It's very clever how it works, but it's also like I haven't learned how to find these, and like I guess you have to go in and find them and turn them off or adjust them. So then we bring the arm up, okay? But then we come here and we bring the arm back down. Or let's go a little further. So now we just zero this, okay? And I think we got to kind of have it a little bit more than 0. Okay, so now we go back and you'll see his arm move up, I hope. Nope, it didn't work. I'm not sure why it didn't. See, I'm just having the worst kind of luck today with this. Okay, so it's at 4 here. Okay. Let's try again. Now let's bring the arm up. Please put a keyframe. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click this keyframe. It's like put a darn keyframe there. Okay, and now it's like taking a long time to think. I don't think I have auto keyframe on, and I'm not sure what I've done to turn it off. So, but now it's like as soon as I click that, it's thinking, it's creating all those in-between motions. And it'll let me have this back in a little while. All right, now you see it just put something here. So it's putting these into the properties ones. So that's kind of telling, okay, that it put this here, but it put it into the properties. And now if I come here and bring this back down, what if we bring this to arm down? Okay, and now we hit keyframe again. We should see a keyframe appear here. After it's done thinking. Come on. So I guess these morph keyframes go actually in these property transforms. And it puts them in like several of them because it's moving the hand, it's moving the arm, it's moving the forearm. See, it just put one in there. It's twisting it a little bit. So, all right, so this is working. Now when we go back to the beginning, okay, and now if I wanted to bring this back down to this place, okay, at the beginning, I suppose I have to add the keyframe just in case. And so now it's using this morph in between these areas, okay? All right, it's still thinking. And so if I say, well, when I get to this point, his arm's up a little too high, well, I can go right and focus this now time bar right directly on this. And if it's sitting on this, then I can tweak that and like lower it or raise it as I need it. Okay, now you can see his arm is going up. And see, it's moving his whole arm. It's not just moving the rotate or the spin or, you see? Now, what if we say hand, okay? Right hand. Okay, so we go here and we're going to say, we're going to keep, see where it says grasp. We'll just move it a little bit, okay, so that it puts something here rather than 0, okay? It puts a keyframe here, and let's add the keyframe just in case. So now it's going to add this grasp. And grasp, okay, I'm not sure why my camera is overheating today, but it's just going to be overheating and overheating till the cows come in. If I put a little bit of air circulating through the room, just a moment. Okay. All right, let's see what we've got here. Got to put a little bit of cool air in the room. Okay. Okay, so we've just put that in, so we move this up now, and okay, you can't really see it right there, so I think what I'm going to do is do it with the left hand instead. All right, we got the right hand. Okay, we'll go left hand, grasp. All right, so what we'll do is we'll just move this a little bit here. So this is the left hand here. And so I just moved it a tiny bit, add a keyframe. I don't know how to turn on auto keyframe. There's still things I don't know. And that's why I say it, that's why I'm saying it's not that hard to learn how to do this. It's the hard part is spending the rest of your life making it animations. That's the hard part, okay? The easy part is learning just how to get around, how to turn on keyframes, how to move stuff around, how to use morphs to do things, how to create your own morphs. So like if you twist, if the whole body twists, you can turn that into a morph. If you do like a whole thing from one pose to another, turn it into a morph. And then you can just slide them back and forth and they'll do that twist. And it moves the spine, it moves the hips, it moves the pelvis, it moves the chest, it moves the arms around. It moves everything all in one motion. Anything that you make that moves your character, if they just bend over and their hands drop down, like straight down, like they're a ghost or something, or if they then create a morph with it, and then you have all these motion morphs that work with an aniBlock or with these animations that you get. It works on top of them. Okay, because that's all still moving, but these kind of supersede them. And that's what's really cool about morphs. So we've put a keyframe there, okay, for the hand. Now remember, the other hand's not moving up, okay? So now we're going to go left hand, where's the grasp, okay? So we'll grasp this hand here, put a keyframe just to make sure. I don't have auto key on, and I'm not sure what turns it on. So there's just little things like that. It might be here. Now I just noticed this little hamburger menu in the corner. So if we click on that, there might find all the things that we've been trying to find. But I have to wait until it puts a keyframe here before I can do anything. So we'll see a key. Now it might not appear here because... So these, okay, there it is. It appeared. And now let's see what's in here. Create key frames, set key interpolation. Okay, that's important here. Skip to previous keys. These are skip. Okay. Toggle looping, play pause. Okay, preferences, key graph, monitor key parameters, show key graph, properties. Okay. Node, play all frames, current control positions. Okay, view mode, intermediate, advanced. Okay, so we have the advanced mode on. And that's preferences. I didn't see anything. Set, interpret, expand all, clear animation, play all frames. So this is another way to undock the animation group, pane group. Create keys, filtered. Okay, so I'm not sure how to. I could ask the Copilot. The Copilot would tell me immediately. So, but we're just not gonna. I'm not gonna do that right now. We're gonna have further stuff that we're gonna do here. Okay, so now see he's opened his hand again. I don't know why he opened it because I didn't tell him to open it again. But now you see it's grasped. I did not tell him to open his hand again. Okay, but there may be so now we're just gonna then. All right, it's okay to open it, but around here I want him to grasp it again. Okay, I messed up. Okay, we're gonna have to add a keyframe. And now it's going to add this grasp into the whole thing. So we'll start to open it, I think. And if he doesn't, then I'll put one in the middle where he opens it. Just to show you the basics of how you can use morphs, these body morphs. Okay, this is in pose controls. And this whole area, what you do is then you create another area with your own user stuff and you fill it with your own morphs. Whether if it's scratching the nose or scratching the top of their head, anything like that you can do, then you can just basically add that into the it puts their hands up there, then you have to animate the fingers and stuff, and once you do that, you can create an aniBlock. You can create your own aniBlocks with that stuff as well. So let's see, does he open his hand in the middle of here? If not, what we'll do, it doesn't look like he does. So what I'm going to do is open the grasp in the middle. So we'll open and close it in the middle. Okay, and we'll open it a little wider like this. And then we'll add a keyframe here. And what it does is it figures all the in-betweens. They're called tweens. And it figures all the tweens back to here. I think it was this one where I had him grasp. So all the in-betweens where his hand is fully open, and then from all the tweens in between where his hand grasps again. It figures all those little increments and puts them in. And it doesn't put them in as keyframes. It just puts them in as, they're called tweens. so that if I come in here and change this again and say, well, the hand's a little bit too far, then it will recalculate the tweens. The hand's weight is open too much, okay? Then it will come in, so I just have to change it there, okay, with that. Now you see how it closed again? All right, and then we could do something else with the right hand spread. Okay, okay, now the thing is that I don't have a hand spread. I don't have to I have to tell it where to start, so we'll start spreading the hand about here. So we put a keyframe here. Oh, and I think then what I have to do is just put one tiny like 1 point of the hand spread in. Okay, so it's like registering that it's at 0, kind of. So as soon as it gives me back control again, okay, so we do the hand spread here. Okay, 3.5, that's okay. Now what we do is add this, and that will add that into this keyframe, that change. Anything that's changed, it will add. These zeros, it's not going to add that all of these are at 0. It's just going to add something that's different than 0. And then we go, okay, as soon as it gives me back the mouse. Okay, we're going to now, his hands are going to open. We can spread them now here. All right. And then add the keyframe here. And now it's going to figure all the tweens. So he's going to start spreading his fingers like apart, like this, like apart, like that. And it's putting that keyframe in. Now, these morphs might actually like gang up on each other. Like if you have him doing a fist and you have him also grasping, it might double the effect, but you can see it. You can pretty much see as it's going through your animation, and you can let off on one of them or let off on the other. Okay, so the grasp, we'll see what happens when we put a fist here. Okay, we start out with a fist. We've got to add a keyframe here. So just to kind of give you an idea how we've got the base motion happening, okay? But we can do other things with his body. We can move his leg out, or we can see so these on top of the base animation. And we're doing all of this with. And right now, this is another thing where it's 60 frames per second. I don't know if I can change this to 30. Okay. And it just put it at 438. So, okay, let's see what happened. Okay, so now this grasp here. I think it would be here. Okay. All right, the grasp. is at 18%. Left hand fist. Okay. It's 19%. We go to the next keyframe. Next keyframe. Okay. Play. And this is pretty smooth movement, except, you know, other than the fact that he's kind of levitating, which is kind of weird. All right, now let's give him some eyebrow up and down kind of thing. And remember, we're using the perspective view, so the camera, okay, now if we go back to our first frame, we'll fix the eyes. We're going to go 120. I don't think they're going to change on me. Okay, 120. What was that? Okay, we're going to push them over. That. Push this one over. Just, this is the normal stuff you have to do with your Genesis 9 figures. We can pull this out a little bit. Pull this one out a little bit. Till it starts to cover the tier. Okay, a little bit more this way, I guess. See? Don't want to move his head. Okay. Let's look both ways. Yeah, I guess that's close enough. I think it's got to come over more. Okay, and this one's got to come over more. Okay. Pull this out a little more. Something strange about the curvature. I believe that I'm not sure how smoothing works, but the head should kind of, if you pull this out a little too far, it should actually like smooth to the eye, but I don't see that really happening here. But this is okay. The eyes, you can't even see them. It's sideways and all, but okay. I don't know why these eyes seem like really small. Even at 120, I can still see right into them. So there's just something odd about this particular character, that the eyes are just so wide. Okay, so, and I could look for the morph to fix that, but it's okay. So now what we're going to do also is we're going to go to eyes here, Genesis 9 eyes, iris. And we're going to bring the iris down. Okay, so it's smaller. Okay, that's that. Now, if I go to the end of the animation, the eyes shouldn't, okay, well, his eyes happen to be closed at this point here. All right, see, so they stayed large. The iris stayed the right size. They stayed in his head at the right place. They didn't start just floating around outside his body, okay? So it worked to move to the first frame and fix his eyes, okay? You don't have to do that at the beginning, okay? And so now we're going to back off a little bit. His eyes are correct. Now let's go to browse. So we're going to go to Genesis, let's switch back to our Genesis 9 so we can just kind of forget. Let's save this. Now we're going to go back to morphs. Okay, these morphs, okay, no, it's not morphs. I don't think it's pose controls, but this would be, that's Genesis 9. There's pose controls. And we go to head. And look at his brow, upper, okay, so upper right. So we're going to leave his brow like there, okay? But as we move him, so we're going to, okay, upper, inner upper right, outer upper right, outer upper right. Okay, so that's this, okay? So we start with just this on like 1, just so it has a something other than 0, okay? And we add a keyframe. We're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. Okay, this was the outer, upper. Did I do the wrong one? I did. This would be the outer, upper right. So we're going to move that back to 0. The left one can stay right where it's at. Okay, as soon as this gives me this back. All right, we go move that back, and we move this one up. Okay, and we click the keyframe just in case. I'm not sure. I don't think it's putting them in automatically. Normally, you just change this, and it automatically puts a keyframe in, but it's not doing that. So that's okay. Let's just put a little bit of motion in his face. Okay, so it's putting that keyframe in. It's not going to let me do anything until it's there. We have a little bit of brow squeeze. I don't know how we ended up with these in there, but it may be because of it part of the face movements that I did. That we added, remember, something about his lips breathing or something. All right, so now the outer upper right is just moved a little bit. So we're going to move it here to our animation here. And let's upper right, brow, outer, upper right. Let's bring this up. Okay, add a keyframe. Maybe that's not the time to do it when his eyes are kind of in that like trance moment, but just to show you I'm not doing this with an artistic eye in mind. I'm doing it with a functional eye in mind, okay? To just show you how to move the upper brow in an animation. Now we're going to see it put a keyframe here. Very soon. Okay, there it is. And I don't think it's going to let me move this. Yeah, okay, it is. Now, so we move up here. And I don't know why, but it looks like the brow got moved back down. So why it got moved down, I'm not sure. But what we're going to do, since the outer upper right brow is moved down, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give this a 71 so it's not at 0. And we're going to add another because it just did what I kind of wanted it to do. It moved back to its 0 place about here. And so I'm going to just put something in there other than 0. So there's a reason to put a keyframe here, okay? And so we'll bring that outer brow upper right down, okay? And that, so from there to there, it will go from all the way up to down to 0 here, where it is right now. If it moves back to 0, then you got to put something there so that it's not at 0. And then it will put a keyframe for that particular thing there. 0, it won't. And then now I can move this back up, like here, and bring the outer brow back up again. And then you add another keyframe there, and it will figure all the in-betweens from 0 all the way to this point. And I have a feeling that there's going to be some Genesis 9 eye stuff. People are going to be coming out with a lot of eye scripts to just select the eyes, run the script, and it fits them into the sockets. It does everything. It goes wham bam and does everything to the eyes. So it resizes the iris, fits the eyes in, and does it like mathematically accurately. So that's a thought that's coming out. We have some eye stuff coming in. Now it doesn't really matter kind of what I do with the brow at this point. So, but let's brow, let's type in brow. And okay, let's go with the brow down. That's for both of them, okay? And now, as the thing is if I'm going to do the brow down, I have to do it about here. So I have to move the brow down. No, I have to start the brow up, like where it is, brow down. Okay, then we add a keyframe. You have to kind of have it up and have a keyframe saying this is where up is. This is the exact position of up at this point, in order to then move them down to in the end. So you always have to figure that the keyframe is what sets the tweens, okay? It sets what all those little spaces in between, so the keyframe has to be there. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about these interpolation modes, okay? And they're things that I don't understand at all right now, but you have 3 interpolation modes: preferences, property types, control positions, okay, graph, okay, it's not that. Where is it? Toggle. See these TCB, linear, and constraint? You have to learn what those are, because that decides how the tweens are going to work. Are the keyframes before a keyframe going to have an effect after, or are they going to just stop having their effect right when they reach that keyframe where the tweens stop? That's another important distinction that you have to learn, and we'll be talking about that in later. And so now we're going to move the brow down. That's weird how when I move it down it actually goes up, because there's some kind of furrow that's going on here. So that's already part of the brows, or it might be part of the animation of. Oh, they're part of the meditation, because when he's meditating his brows go down, so they're part of the meditation. So there are 2 morphs that are competing for the use of the brow. So okay, so let's just add a keyframe here to kind of settle everything at the end to that place of that almighty moment at the end. Now this Genesis 9 figure, if I were to go into the base, switch him to base geometry, we might actually be able to work a little bit easier with him and then switch him back at some point. That's a consideration, probably a very important consideration, to not work with your initial figures, because we're going to put skin on and hair and all kinds of stuff, put him in some kind of room or something, and edit this out, render it out at some point, which is going to take like an all-night kind of thing. So we got to put a camera in the scene. But but to just go in here to our parameters, Genesis 9, get rid of the word brow, and go down here to resolution and just switch them to base resolution. We might be able to get a little bit more out of it when we play it. You see, it's playing a few more of the. And there's something going on here. So And all right, so let's decorate this scene up. Okay, I'd say there's enough motion here. What I'm thinking is a big, gigantic like cloud under him. So I have a perfect cloud for him. All right, like a vortex cloud. And it's right here somewhere. Where's our vortex cloud? There it is. Tempest. Where are the scene? Render scene. Okay, here's a scene right here. I'd like to have had that. Maybe we don't need a scene. Maybe all we need is just an HDRI in here. Okay, 0. I guess that's enough. Now, what'll happen is the clouds will look like they're moving if the camera's moving. Okay, but that shadow there, what do we do to get rid of that? Well, we have to turn the ground off. Because there's not going to be a shadow like that, a godlike shadow on the clouds like that. Not if the clouds are like 50 million feet below him. Okay, so we go to parameters and we turn the ground off. And go away, shadow. Shadow's gone, okay? So he's floating in the air. Okay, see how that works? All right. So we're going to need a camera in here, but let's get him kind of ready for that. So we'll save it again. I think these clouds are good, light white, puffy kind of happy clouds. All right, so then we go here to our hair. Let's give him some hair. We'll give him a monk's. We'll give him shaved head, of course. Oh, I just put some hair on the environment. That's not good. Z. What did I do? I hope I didn't just turn the ground back on. Okay. Let's put the hair on the person. Hair. Okay, that works. And now let's put some skin. We'll go with Wagner's skin. Now, Eve was talking about how Wagner's skin. I jump between Wagner and Nathan, all kinds of skins. I just kind of, the main thing that I kind of look for is a skin that just doesn't look like it's all red when you bring it in, and I don't have to edit it. And you see this skin, but you see there's something funky about his knees, so I don't think I'm going to use that. Control Z. All right, let's go with Wagner's got something weird with his knees going on. We'll try Dane, see the young Dane. This skin thing, I am like really excited to try this new skin thing. It's going to be fun. We're going to be doing videos on it, okay? Now let's see what's up with Dane's legs. I don't know why his legs look like they're just a different color than the rest of it. And remember, he's in, we have him in the low resolution. That's okay. That skin works, okay? And, now the pants don't look like they're fitting him well. So what I'm going to do with the pants, the shorts, is we're just going to scale them down a little bit and force them to do Okay, Z. We're going to scale them this way and this way, and make them auto fit. See, and if they don't auto fit, we'll pull them out a little bit. Just to pull them in a little, like this. Okay, and now they look like they're kind of fitting him a little better. And if I have to pull them out, like this looks like little places here, I might have to pull them out. Oops, we got a problem there. Z, I don't think we can do that with the shorts. What did I just do? I took his skin off. Yeah, we gotta go back to the skin. Edit. Reload Dane. Dane's skin works. Whatever skin works well for you, use it. Okay, and all right, so I think I might find him some kind of other shorts, like a loincloth. Loincloth. And what have we got here? Something that'll move with him. Where in the heck is this? Explore. Categorize, okay, show smart content files. Let's try again. Okay, I don't think that is a smart content item. And I think these are textures. Okay, let's go here. This is oh, set for loincloth. I think these are pose woodland prints. Let's try that. Woodland. I think that is woodland prints is a, yeah, Genesis 8. I mean Michael. Okay, whatever it is, it's not going to work. Okay, so we'll go out of here. Something that clings to his body that's not going to require us to do a dForce simulation through, what, 800 frames, 400 frames. Okay, these I think will work. Okay, show. Don't know why these are not allowing me. Okay, this is weld. Here it is. Which one's which? Genesis 8, Genesis 9. Okay, let's go here and turn off the shorts now. Z. Okay, there's our shorts. But we got to put some kind of texture on the, not that one, this one. Come on. Oh, those were the wrong things selected. There. And we lost our skin again. So let's go back. Skin. What was it? Young. I just put that on the loincloth. Let's see. Let's try again. All right. It looks better than the gym shorts. So you're probably not going to see a lot of animations out of me in the course of my life because the animations, there's no place. Daz doesn't have a store. I mean, a part of the gallery where I can just say, well, you know, every once in a while, once in a great while, I work for a week on an animation and I'll put it up in the Daz gallery and say, hey, check this out. But there's no place to put it there. There's no place to show it to other Daz members. Why bother? It's going to sit on my hard drive. I have a bunch of animations in a folder sitting there doing nothing. So if there's no outlet, if Daz doesn't provide us with an animation outlet, you know, what's the point? Because you want to show it to other Daz members. That's the whole thing. So, and you know, I asked them to please allow us to upload animations to the gallery a year ago, and it hasn't happened. So that's the thing. Why didn't that skin work on him? Okay, something's wrong here. I clicked on it, so I've done something wrong. So what I have to do is pick another skin. Okay, something that's a little more like a complete skin kind of thing. Product and that didn't work. We'll find one that works. Okay, maybe Wagner. Because something's not working, and I think it might have to do with the head. Okay, what's going on here down in this area? See, this is why we need skin. We need smoothing tools. It's just this isn't gonna fly unless I do as Art said and hide it from the side, which is a possibility. But I'm certainly not gonna be scanning around there with that going on in the crotch. And that this is the weight mapping issue that just things just don't work, and we need editable morphs. We need morph loader, and they're still working on it. I mean, we need mesh grabber, and they're still working on it. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to do this. So I believe what's happening is the hair, this geo thing, is screwing with this, okay, terribly. So what I have to do is delete the hair, and then we might be able to put this back on. Genesis 9. Okay, what if we hide the loincloth for... Okay, it might be because I tried to put that on the loincloth, that I tried to put a texture on something else, and it didn't work right. Of course not. Okay, so let's try another one of these. Nathan's skin. Nathan usually will do the whole thing, so something's wrong here. What is wrong here? Why? Okay, I think what I've got to do is back up. Okay, we gotta back up until the skin comes back. Okay, I think one of the skins coming back. Okay, whatever I did to him that messed him up, I think. Z. Okay, I just backed up. Okay, we were gonna redo the Tempest. Turn off the ground. load the shaved hair. Now let's put some skin on him. Oh, I just did it again. I put that on the shorts. Oh. It looks like it would put it on him, but I didn't. It's probably because it's an H material, and I don't dare leave that. Oh well, he is selected now. Okay, what base shorts? Okay, we're gonna delete the base shorts. Z. Okay, now look what we have. Okay, let's go back. Edit, undo. All right, let's try this again. Let's delete the shorts. Genesis 9. Okay, that's beard. Remember, we're doing this all. Okay, that's hair, beard. Which one is skin? This is skin. Okay. Let's go with Dane again. That skin seems to work for this particular figure. I don't know. I turned the fan on, and it's just enough to keep the camera cool enough to not turn off. Okay, this skin does work. So, but the and now we actually have skin. Now let's try to put this Genesis 9. Which one is it? 8. Loincloth on him. Okay, which is going to be horrible. And then we're going to do this. Materials. Alright. And then we're going to the baby diaper. And then we're going to put products. Okay, we went use this hair. Select Genesis 9. Okay, let's save. I just saved it. Okay, now let's go to hair, which is one of these. Hair. Okay, I'm gonna do this ash hair because I want to show you things with some of with this ash hair. This ash hair is turning out to be a really good hair product for just something that looks like kind of regular male hair. Okay, it goes in and it's got this blonde color that just looks terrible, kind of. But you go in there and then you select and you type in ash. Ash. Okay, and there it is. Okay, then I'm going to use, I think we'll go with a dark brown this time. All right. But as you notice, like the hair, you can see the scalp through. All right, this is how you fix this. You go to parameters and you see when you go, not parameters, go to surfaces. And you'll see that you have the ash hair scalp and you have the ash hair. So when you go to the scalp, you will notice this, that what you do is you bring the opacity up of the scalp, all right? And that darkens it. You don't want to bring it like all the way up. You just want to bring it up enough, okay? So that the hair doesn't look, so you're not like seeing right through the scalp, okay? And every once in a while, you'll also have like a problem with another color. It's the glossy color, where the glossy color might be like too white and it's hitting too much of the sun. And it might be a case from this side maybe where we just see it like where it's in the corner where he's getting hit by the light. See how it's turning that all gray? Well, we can just take that glossy color down a little bit. Okay, I think that should have done it, but it didn't. So we could try a little more, like with the gray. Okay, or what happens when we go black here with the glossy color? Well, that didn't do anything here. So what we might have to do is go to glossy roughness. That didn't work. Glossy layered weight. Now I'm just guessing. All right, well, it's okay. We had to bring it right to black. I don't like to do that because it just kind of makes me feel like I've just taken all of the dynamics out of the hair doing that. So, but it looks okay. And so this guy's going to move for us. He's going to move around a little bit. And I think what we're going to have to do is take, I think he's ready to animate, you know, to see what, so let's just click play and see what happens. All right, it's going to give us, it's not even going to show us any frame. If we stop it here, it'll render this frame. Okay, let's turn it. Now he's got something weird going on with his feet, maybe not. Are they actually going through each other or what? No, they seem okay. Now he's definitely got a problem with his garment. We have a garment malfunction issue. We would probably want him in the middle of the scene like this. I mean, this to me is just, it's very kind of like rudimentary. It's not really doing what I kind of wanted it to do. You know, it's just, I just don't feel like it's like a high level of art, okay? But it's something. It's just an animation tutorial. It's a study in animation. So let's take this loincloth. Okay, we're gonna go back. What we're gonna do, we're gonna create a series of morphs. Okay. And so we take the minimalistic loincloth here. And we go, we're going to save this again. Now we're at frame 1, 0. Okay, so we go File, Send to, and since we don't have this in, we don't have this mesh smoothing in DAZ, we're going to have to do it here. So all I did was brought in these horrible looking pants here, and so we're going to just come here to UV paint. So we selected the loincloth. I only had the loincloth selected. If I had selected him, he would have come in along with everything else. And then we're going to go to the soften tool. I'm going to make this like 6. So this is large, and I guess that's good enough. And we're just going to smoothen this out a little bit. See what happens. All right. I'm going to do some of that in there, some of this. Bring this up in. See, this kind of work is what makes animation take so long to do it. And it's just where, okay, now I got to smoothen out his clothes. And we're going to pull the, see it's pulled apart in there. We got to do this here. See that? This piece is kind of bunched together there. Okay, this kind of works. How much I need to do this, I'm not really sure right now because it's just, it's not actually conformed to his body right now. So it's going to be hard to say, but once I put it in the scene, each frame will, now see this long piece, this piece kind of coming in around, that's pulling down in. I might be able to push that in. See, I don't want to take the natural the natural folds out. I just want to smoothen them a little bit, okay? And we're going to have a big crease down the back. This is good. And this is where you don't want to do too much, because you're going to end up with a cloth that doesn't look like it has any character to it. You take all of these little creases out and you got a kind of a problem. This doesn't look good. This, whatever that is sticking out there, but I guess it's okay. Now what I can do here is we got this push the inflate, but if you, we're going to make that into like an 8. Okay, and then what we're going to do, I think it's the alternate key pushes instead of pulls. Oh, it's the control key. Okay, we're going to push this in. Now that Z, as you hold the alternate key and it pushes it in. Now let's turn this a little bit. See, that's not working. I'm going to have to use mesh grabber. But if I pull that out a little bit there, it inflates it. We're going to need to pull this, inflate this a little bit to, just one click kind of inflates it. All right, I think this is as far as I dare go with this. I think I want to go back to my smoothing tool. See one little spot in here that's kind of got to be smoothed out a bit. Looks very wrong. Okay. And then we're just going to go out of here. Would you like to send the changes? Yes, to Daz. And reverse deformations, you always have to just change that. Click accept. It's made a morph for me. Then we're going to go to our parameters, loincloth, all the way down to the bottom. And there we go. See, that doesn't look too bad. But now we can come in with our mesh grabber here, if we have to. See that piece in the front that's just kind of hanging out there? We can take that piece, tool settings, mesh grabber. We grab this like that. Let's go a little, okay, I think 5 is good. Okay, we don't know that this is going to work. Okay, we've got to come here a little bit closer. We've got to go 2. I don't know that this is going to work either, because it's 2. Okay, Z, maybe 3. Sometimes this is very finicky. See, and this little piece in the middle wants to come out, go in. All right. This piece is going to come out. Okay, I don't really dare do much more. This is where having mesh smoothing now would really be helpful. Okay, I think that's where we're going to leave it. Now this here. Looks like it could be pulled over a little. Okay, I think we're going to leave that. I don't dare do much more. This here. What did I just do? I don't dare do much more there either. It's going to just take, that takes like a ton of work. But as soon as he starts to move around, this is going to just completely lose its shape again. Okay. See, this is where we need smoothing tools right here in DAZ. Okay, so now we go out of here. And okay, what I'm going to do is add a keyframe, because I assume where all that, now this, okay, this mesh grabber stuff, okay, now where it says save, okay, save, morph, save. Okay, I have to wait until I think this is done. I think it's adding that keyframe still. Something should open when it's done thinking. Because mesh grabber is not a morph, okay? And so you can't animate mesh grabber unless you save it as a morph. And so you click this, and I believe you have to have the add-on to mesh grabber to do it. It's called mesh grabber to morph. It's like an add-on to mesh grabber that's sold by the Man Friday. And then you have this little box pops up that's here. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Okay, what? Save. Oh, I clicked on save and nothing's happening. So, and I think it's locked. I think it's locked up. If I click play, nothing's happening. So yeah, it's thinking. Now I've just added save on top of everything else it's trying to figure out. It's trying to save the morph change, I guess. It's not giving me any indication that it's doing anything. I am very excited. Thank you very much, Adha, for that tip on The Global Skin Blender add-on. The first thing, what I would suggest people doing on that add-on is to go to YouTube and look for Global Skin Blender and watch some videos on it and see if it's really what you kind of think it's supposed to be. Because if it's like, you know, a Genesis figure has a lot of skin maps. It's got the, you know, the arm skin maps, the torso, the legs, and if you have to replace every skin map and come in and copy and paste them, you know, paste them to the body and load them all one by one, that's not going to be very pretty. So that's not going to be fun at all. So, but once you have them, then you have some really high quality skin maps for your Genesis. You can always just put that on your Genesis 8 figure, and there you go. You have a Genesis 8 figure with super skin. Superb. All right, this isn't doing anything. It's like locked up. It is. It's probably going. My hard drive's probably going. The processor's going rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat in the other room, but it's just not doing anything right now. It won't let me click on anything. So we have it all saved and all. I'm just going to take a tiny break and head to the restroom. I will be back, and we'll see if we get... Okay, maybe did we get something back? No, this little save button is just sitting there. So I'll be right back. Okay. And still nothing. All right, so we're going to have to Control Alternate Delete and closed as, reopen it, and see what we have when we come back. Control Alternate Delete. It might have kicked out of this at some point, but I'm not going to wait. End task. I'm too impatient. Yes, I am horribly impatient. I don't have the patience. So I hope I saved it with the loincloth morph. That would be nice. If not, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm not going to render this today anyway. I'm almost inclined to go and buy that other program, but I have to do some research on it before I do. So probably the next video I make is going to be on the Global Skin Blender add-on that will help us resurrect our Genesis 8 figures. That would be a game changer for Genesis 8, because the reason why I use Genesis 9 figures for the most part is because it's got better skin, and I like the fact that they hunch the legs in, that they don't have that gap in the legs. It just doesn't look right. Now that I look at the Genesis 8 figures, that always bothers me. Okay, so my door is going to just keep opening and closing. It's like little mice walking in and out. Okay, let's latch that. Or pull the lock here so that doesn't keep opening and closing and opening and closing. All right, let's go File, New. Let's load the Yoga Man. Come on, Yoga Man. Would you like to save changes to this scene? No, there's nothing in there, I think, that I'd like to save changes for, but thanks for asking. Let's see what we've got here. We've had 21 views today. Wow. It's nice. That's nice. That means Daz is that YouTube is sharing have shared my page with 21 people. They come in, they look and say, nah, I don't want to watch this. No, they want to watch something else, which is okay. That's okay. It doesn't hurt my feelings too bad. I have an audience that I just all of a sudden tea popped in my mind. I'd love to have a cup of tea. I don't drink tea very often, but I would love to have some tea today. A cup of tea. I have found out I've been suffering from allergies and didn't know it. It's been horrible pollen lately, and the way I found out was I took a Benadryl and I felt so much better. I can always tell when I take a Benadryl and suddenly my health, I just like feel like a completely new person. It's like, yeah, okay, my histamines were just I just producing histamines like left and right, and they're just destroying me. So it doesn't hurt to take a Benadryl every once in a while to just kind of give your body, if your body is just creating histamines terribly. All right, do we have my morph or not? Or do I have to go back and redo this thing? You know, it didn't save with the morph. Obviously. He's got a kind of commanding kind of look to him. His eyes are very wide apart. That's why, then maybe they could be like pulled in a little bit. That's why they're not fitting the eyes. I probably have to make the eyes like a lot bigger inside. I don't rarely ever have to make them bigger than 120, but apparently so. But I think the eyes are still, we got this while we did and I think he's still in. Okay, this was after I did the eyes, okay? I think the eyes need to be made bigger, but that's okay. We'll leave them for now, and let's see if his body is, this is base, okay? So we have him in base. We could take this sub D level like all the way down, couldn't we? All right, and okay, I don't think I'm gonna mess with his loincloth right now, because I mean, all what we're doing is we're bringing this in towards running the animation, and as soon as I click to run the animation, we're gonna be okay. We can turn the keys off. Okay, and Genesis 9 will open this up. Let's see what happens when we play this with the sub D down. Okay, 438 frames. Let's go to 600 and see where we're at with 600. Okay. All right, this goes, okay, to 400 and something. We could just hope that there was something up that made that last scene like not like so slow and draggy, and why it wasn't putting the keyframes in and all kinds of weird stuff. Okay, so I'm kind of at a standstill of what to do here. I think I think we're going to go back to, and I close down heat. So I think Art was very trying to give me a hint about where aniBlocks are stored. And they're like in poses, aniBlocks. I think so. And do I want to go into aniBlocks right now, though? Because right now I've been using this heat thing. And if I want to bring heat back, I've got to log back in. Which is really nice of them to like remind to sign in. Okay, so it's going to take a moment here. So what I'll do is I'll switch over to this, my happy face, and I will open up my browser and go to my, my vault. We are looking for heat, and we are looking for a password. PS word. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Okay, there is the password. Copy. Okay, we cancel out of there. And V and log in to heat. Okay. I'm so excited about that skin manager. That's going to be very interesting to see what that does to our DAZ figures. Okay, so my animations. All right, let's start. And this is Yoga Man. We're going to save this. I think I've just about done kind of working with this. Let's start another scene from scratch. We'll go file new. Let's start it from a new scene, something that I haven't been working to, like to save changes. No, so we initialize a new scene without any kind of anything going on in it. Okay, and then we start off again, remember, with our Genesis 9 figure. The reason why I emphasize that is because I used to always start out with some other figure. Like I'd say, oh, let's use Michael 9, or let's use Nathan, or yeah, let's use... Yeah, I would always start out with another figure. That's not how I do it anymore. Never, ever, ever. Every time I do that, it ends in a disaster. Okay, because there's something about that figure that I don't like, and I can't seem to get it out of the figure. There's always something about these figures that I don't like. And then this way I can just come in and create a figure the way I want them to be. Genesis 9. We go into here. We'll just create a figure here. And I find that there's just the Genesis 9 figures that we have, I don't really care for that much. There's always something about them. The artists have not perfected their work with Genesis 9, okay? And so we're going to use a little bit of Buster in the head and a little bit of Bruce head. And we'll use some Alex Capital. Where is it? Head, and we'll use some we'll use a little bit of Michael. No, we don't have. Okay, we'll use so we'll use some Michael 8-1. And we'll use some Rocco and Rodrigo. All right, this is a new guy, new head. completely made from, all right, stuff. A little bit of Roy. And, okay, and some Riker. And now we got to find a body for this guy. We use half of Roy's body and some of Romeo's body. And somebody else, Rodrigo. All right, that should give us a body. Okay. He's not incredibly muscular. I think we got to move some of this down. Where was that body we used to care? There's a little too much here. I think we're forcing it. And we'll do the Romeo body down a little bit. And we'll use a tiny bit of Sawyer. All right. Now, how does that work? Okay, now we're going to go, and this is my process for saving. I always save these when I make them, so I can just go right back to this. So this guy is going to be Stanley. Let's see. So we go to Content Library. The first thing we do is shapes. We add a shape here. Shaping preset. Oh, shoot. That wasn't good. All right. I've got to change my password now. Just a moment. We're going to go here. Oh, I didn't. Okay, so I got to come back here. All right. Sorry about that. I forgot to put, now I guess I don't have to change my password. All right, so I just created this guy, Stanley. So nobody told me that I had forgotten to switch. Okay, over here. So I've lost all my viewers today, but maybe people will watch this after the fact. Okay, so we got this really cool looking guy here, and it looks okay. It all looks good. So did I save Stanley? No, it's Genesis 9 shape, add. Where are my shapes? Okay. Why are my shapes gone? Oh, okay, there they are. Is there a Stanley here? Stanley. Okay, so we got Stanley saved. And then what I do is I go into my shapes up here, which is right here, I think. And we're going to add. Okay, I have to select Stanley. All right. And then we go here. That. We'll put assign actions, Stanley. And there it is. All right, so we have Stanley, and we're not going to put any textures on him yet. We're going to put some kind of pants on him. All right, and now we're going to go into Heat. And let's find an animation. Let's do a casual walk. How long is this casual walk? 470, that works. Okay, we're going to switch this to DAS. And we're going to stop that. Okay, and we're going to import that. Okay, I don't think I have. No, I don't have this connected. Connect that. Okay, now we can go back here and import that to here. There it is. There's our heat animation. All right. And now we can go to our timeline. Let's bring this down a little bit and click play. All right. Now, it looks okay. We've got to go. How many frames was that? That was 470. Okay, so we have to say the 470 here. I like the way it doesn't truncate that, even though I didn't put the number in already. Okay, so let's see what this is. All right, so what we're going to do, go back to the beginning, zoom out. He walks out of the scene, it's okay. I think that works. Okay, let's put him. Should he walk in and out? Like this? That works. He's walking out of the scene. And he walks in. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay, this works. This is okay. So let's put a camera in the scene now. Create new camera. And what we're going to do is lock the camera so we don't move it. Okay. And now we click play and see what he's actually doing here. I mean, I don't think we need to do anything to him right now, okay? All right, now if we go into Animate 2, we right click. It says create an aniBlock from studio keyframes. All right, do it, okay? I think we have to change it to transform objects to POV. I don't know why, but in scale, morph values. Okay, we're not morphing anything, so let's go done. All right, this is a way to just take those animations that are in Heat and create aniBlocks from them. Now let's hope this doesn't take like a year to do this. All right, let's rename. We're going to call this walking Heat. So I know I got it from Heat. All right, and now the timeline should be turned off, okay, and now it's going to play the aniBlock. That works. Okay. Now we right click. Save as new. And there's okay, here we go. Here's where these are. Okay, it's my dad's 3D library aniBlocks. And so this is where I'd like to have this go to a different place. All right, so we're going to go to here. Oh, and that's the problem, because I have my aniBlocks on another drive. So here we go. C, DAS, and these are where my aniBlocks are. Okay, we're going to take all right, let's just save it in here. Walking Heat GFA, save. All right, File save as new. Okay, now it, okay, that's the only one that's in there. All right. So I think what I'd like to do is take those aniBlocks out of there, but okay, what we're going to do is we're going to go, I'm going to copy them out of there so that I don't mess up my 3D library. But we're going to go to this, where is it? DAZ library, my DAZ 3D library, aniBlocks. We just grab all this, copy it, and then do this. And go to aniBlocks, paste it in. That was a lot of data that was just got pasted in. Like, okay, so ultimate grass, okay. And where? Okay, there's stuff missing from here that's not here. Because I have a whole bunch of aniMate Plus. Okay, I have fighting, okay. I have Genesis 9 ones. So what's happened to my aniBlocks? Heat animations. Okay, this is... Alright, we're going to put them in there. And we're going to go manifest games, my saved items. Maybe there's something, animations, aniBlocks. Nope, it's not here. Nothing to do with that. Okay. Then let's go back here. New DAZ products. Okay. Those are not supposed to be there, but that's okay as well. aniBlocks. Okay. This is where, okay, DAZ content database. Do I have aniBlocks in here? No. These are poses. Okay. What's happened to my animation? I think I've like deleted it somewhat. Deleted it. EA games, my saved items. Subsets. Okay, so I'll have to go for a search because I made a bunch of aniBlocks from oh, okay, it's something called Mixamo, and I know where they are now. Okay, I know where my animations are. They are in, this is good because I needed to do this, and this would be up here in home, my DAZ Studio renders, I think, and this would be Mixamo Genesis. Okay, am I aniBlocks? Okay, that's not it. Save Mixamo DAZ pose presets. All right, look at this. Okay, these can be loaded onto figures. Okay, all right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this Mixamo, whole Mixamo file X, we're going to take that out of there, and we're going to put this into, where is that? Was it here? aniBlocks. Yes, it is. V Mixamo. That is a lot of FBX files. And I think there's some kind of trick that I have to do before I load them in. I'm not sure, to load those FBX files onto a Genesis 9 character, but they are all for Genesis 9. Like almost all I downloaded just like almost every Mixamo and converted them to you have to tell it you want it Genesis 9, and then you have to save it as an FBX, and it should load right onto the Genesis 9 figure. Now another tip is that when you put these animations on the Genesis 9 figure, okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into DAZ Studio and into my content library here, and where it says this is aniBlocks, okay, it says, all right, I don't know that this, okay, this is not the one I wanted. Okay, so aniBlocks, there's one there, but then there's also one here. No, okay. All right, this is it. Okay, there's only one. Oh, okay, aniBlocks. All right, there's only one. Okay, because there's only one. It's not showing the folders, okay? It's not showing folders, okay? So this is what's up. So we go here, and if I go to heat animations, there's nothing in there, but where's the one? Mixamo, where it is, here it is. And my aniBlocks, okay, Mixamo downloads. Genesis 9, okay, and see these, okay, they're FBX, okay, and I think I might have another folder here. My DAZ Studio renders. My nose is so itchy today. One FBX to 9 figures. Poser stuff. Fuse characters, okay. Ground textures. FBX would work also, but okay, Blender projects, 8 to 9 figures. Clone projects. Okay, so I don't see anything here telling me that it's new biomes, textures, howling. Royalty-free gears. November. Okay. This is like a very complicated mess of like a million things. Fuse characters. I think those are Adobe stuff. FBX could be something here, but well, let's look inside. No, there's just okay, Dove, okay. DAZ, YouTube video, okay, this is Corpse, Blender, OBJ, brush, like, I just have to like let these go through my brain. My morphs. Okay, I don't see them in here. There's one other place that they could be, and that would be in this PNG folder. Animation. Okay, no, they're not here. So they've got to be in I don't know that I created a bunch of them. All right, let's save this guy walking. Okay, walking. We'll say save as, and we'll call this walking heat. All right, and then let's try to load some of those FBX files onto. Okay, what's going on here? All right. File new, and we'll go with a new scene. I could have just deleted the animation, but I just wanted to do this. And now we'll put another Genesis 9 figure in. I'm not going to create a new figure. I'll just use one of the shapes of the figures. I will just use the one I just created, Stanley. All right. Come on, Stanley. You can do it. All right, let's see. Stanley was be here. And let's reshape his physique. Okay, let's put some pants on him. And then we're going to go here. And we're going to load some of those FBXs. Now, this aniBlocks. All right, this is showing all my folders now. Okay, like in here, Genesis. Okay, Mixamo downloads, Genesis 9. Okay. Now I think there should be a ton of these, but I'm not seeing them. Okay, what you have to do is you have to import the FBX, and that would be in aniBlocks, Mixamo downloads, Genesis 9, and look at all of these. Okay, see, and this is a lot of motions. Okay, I got these all from Mixamo. And that's, you can kind of look back. You'll find, if you type in Mixamo on my channel, you'll find a video that shows you all of this, how I downloaded all these. Okay, male standing pose, locomotion pose, male dance pose. Let's try this. I don't know what that is. I guess we'll do the regular one. Let's see what happens when we load it. Okay, include rotation limits. Okay, include animation. What's this? Mixamo. Okay, we're gonna go from mixamo.com. Labels. Okay, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. Scene. All right, accept. Genesis 2. Genesis 9 2. And what the heck is that? All right. Okay, this is the Genesis 9 figure. And what you do is you take this and you go, now let's go to timeline. And let's click play and see what happens. Nothing. Delete that. What happened to... Okay, I didn't do it right. Because it shouldn't have taken. Okay. All right, let's go back. All right, let's try. Now these are FBX. Oh. I think you have to transfer it over. Import. We'll do the break dance. For Mixamo. All right. Oh, now this one actually has animations. Okay, I can deal with that. Hello. All right, so that one actually worked. I just might have picked the only one that didn't work right. So now we can turn the bones on and off, okay? But this is, I don't think you see them in, well, they're actually showing up here too, but okay. We go to texture shaded. Now we could, all right, this is working. So we could put our own, now in frame 1, we could change the shape of the figure. So we're going to go with Stanley. Come on, Stanley, load. This is a Genesis 9 figure. Change the shape. It didn't work. I think what I have to do, I think I have to transfer this over to a Genesis 9. I've forgotten. Look how fast that's moving. It's almost playing like every frame. Why was the... That is like amazingly fast. It's playing every frame, but everything I've been doing so far from Heat has been like slow as can be. It'd be nice if I could figure out that I've been doing something like completely wrong here. But this Genesis 9 figure, okay, I don't see... Are there actually eyes in the skull? This is the dev load. Okay, there are eyeballs. Okay, they're kind of like demonic, but they're there. There are actually eyeballs in the head. And if we go to parameters, it says it's a Genesis 9 jaw. Smile for me. And this, I'm not seeing any parameters come up. Rewind this. So this doesn't have any parameters or morphs or anything. This is a weird Genesis 9 figure. I think I have to copy these and put them onto a Genesis 9 figure. I think that's what you have to do. Which is kind of terrible because I want this one. They can move all around. All right, see, when I go into parameters, they have no morphs at all. And you know, that makes me wonder if all these morphs that I have loaded, that if I were to go into Morph Loader and take them all, turn them all off, would I end up with something moving around like this? Possibly, yeah. And then just turn on the particular morphs that you need. That could be an answer for all of this. Okay, we need... Copilot. Where are you, Copilot? Where did you go? All right. I didn't want Bing. I wanted Copilot. All right. How to put an FBX animation on a Genesis 9 figure. How, not hot. How to put an FBX animation on a Genesis 9 figure. Need to adjust the animation to perfectly fit your Genesis 9. Use the timeline and animate tab to fine-tune the anime. Once you are satisfied with the animation, you can render it using render tab. Okay, so go to File, Import, and select the FBX file. Make sure the FBX file contains the animation data. Once the FBX file is imported, it should appear in your scene. You may need to adjust the position and scale of the animation to match your Genesis 9 figure. And go to Parameters tab. Here you can find the animation controls to apply the imported animation to your figure. All right, so we need both of these in here. We need this thing, and we need, okay, let's go to 0. And let's try getting this world upside right. And then we need to put a Genesis 9 figure in. New figure into the scene. I think my Genesis 9 figure is a little too tall for this. We just might as well kind of match them. I'm not sure. There was something about bones. There was something I don't remember. There's all kinds of stuff here. So I don't know that this is the actual. Okay, so my Genesis 9 figure is a lot taller. Let's just make them shorter. Okay, parameters. And this would be, okay, which one's? That's that one. Okay, so this is Genesis 9 FBX. And this is Genesis 9 load. Okay, we'll just call it load. And so we're going to go here to parameters. And we're going to go to, what was that? What's the word we're looking for? Proportional. Proportional. Oh, this is weird. I'm not seeing any parameters here either. Oh, I've got the wrong one loaded. I did it the wrong way. This is the Genesis 9 load. Okay. All right. A FBX. All right, let's just try and do this without FB. And then we'll call this load. And now there's some no, where are they all? Okay. There's our load, Genesis 9. Proportion. Height. Okay, so let's just bring this guy down a little bit. Alright, that's about good, because I think that will compensate, because he's kind of sideways. Alright, the other one. Alright, so now it says to go to here, and I think maybe in parameters, transfer active morphs. Okay, it's not, I don't find it here. All right, what happened to that? Okay, loading. Thanks for forgetting that. If you don't mind giving it to me again, open the Dev Studio, load your Genesis 9, and you can find it in the Smart Content. Go to File, Import, select your FBX, but make sure the animation is included in the FBX file. Okay, once it is imported, you may need to manually apply the animation to the Genesis 9. This can be done by selecting the figure, then applying the animation from the imported FBX file. All right. Okay. Okay. I've forgotten how to do this, so I'm not being very helpful here at this point. I think I've just got to do something else here. Not something else. I think I've got to go do some study. I've got a few things I want to take and look up this global skin blender add-on, and I've got to remember how to do this, because the way this guy's dancing around here, I'm missing something terribly, because look at that movement. It's just as smooth as could be. Now, if I could get that to happen to this figure, why isn't it happening with this figure? Why is that thing just moving around like crazy? It's just like I could actually animate with that thing. Okay, it's something about the bones. What I didn't see here was a video of me import Mixamo animation with Genesis 9 DAZ Studio. Resolution. Okay. Now this is going like so fast. Oh, that's right. You have to delete a part of the body. Okay, I remember this. Marsupials in the hand. Okay, how do we go here? Settings. Playback speed. Let's go back here. Okay, we got to go back to the beginning, because okay, they're putting in the Genesis 9 figure. Set it to base. Well, I don't like the idea of deleting that stuff from the figure. Okay. Export. Okay, well that's to export. All right, so we've that's a different thing. Okay, that's to bring, so you can bring this figure into Mixamo. All right, so that's part one. We've already done that part. I already did that part. I brought the figure in, and put all the animations on the figure and save them as FBX files. That took me like 2 days to do. And did most of the things that I wanted. I got most of these animations and saved them in files, okay? Okay, this is, you're going too fast. Okay, we'll go back here. Download, okay. Okay, FBX, okay, 30 frames per second with skin, okay. Keyframe reduction, none, okay. All right, we save it. Select Genesis, okay. Okay, there's the other guy. Okay, we save it as a pose preset. Okay. Let's try this. All right. So let's go back to frame 1. File. Scene. Okay, that's the wrong one. This guy. FBX. File save as. Scene. Okay, no, this is pose preset. And we're going to go here to this. My saved items. I don't have one here, do I? All right. So we're going to go here and add a new folder. Pose presets, and inside pose presets, we're going to go new folder. Animations, we'll call that inside pose presets. Where in the heck did that just go? Z. All right. All right. Okay, we're going to do this. Okay, now we're going to go try this file. Save as, pose preset. And we're going to go back here to my saved items. Pose presets, animations, and we'll call this breakdance. As a DUF file, I guess. Okay, animation ends from 1 to frame. Okay, to frame, okay. Hip, da 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 da, I think. All right. Now we hide this FBX guy. And we go to our library here. And we go to my saved items. Pose preset. Animations. And we're going to put that on this Genesis 9 load. And what happens? Okay, there it is. And that's kind of fast too. It's kind of fast considering we got another thing hidden here. Let's go back to rewind. Let's put some pants on him. Put some clothes on him. All right. Now we can put our shape on this guy. See, I just forgot like a very vital part of this process. I can't remember everything, people. I just can't. I can't. All right, let's turn him into Stanley instead of Stanita. Okay, now let's see if Stanley will dance around like that. Yeah, look at him go. Whoa, Stanley, I'm impressed. Okay, so now what happens when we give Stanley some skin? Does he like slow down to his to a crawl? All right. Let's rewind this and see if we can center Stanley a little bit. Okay, we'll center this here. I think that's about okay. And like this maybe. And like that. Let's see if his head goes out of the scene. All right, so we'll bring him in so he doesn't go out of the scene. Okay, his foot goes out. All of these little details have a lot. You get it all rendered and you say, oh gosh, his foot goes out of the scene. All right, we'll bring this over just a little bit more this way. Look at him go. All right, so let's stop this. I thought my video was coming to a crash. I couldn't remember how to do that. So here we go. We're going back to frame 1. And we're going to put some skin on him. Let's put Dane's skin. Let's do Hudson's skin. So he's got some skin. And come on. He's probably going to slow right down with his skin on him. I can't believe that he can move so much faster with aniBlocks skin. His pants have got a problem. So if I take these pants and go to frame 1 and we just expand them a little bit. Parameters. Let's delete our... Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this... Okay, this goes to how far? To 100 and current low 5. Okay, 105. All right, and we do these pants and just fix these pants a little bit. Base shorts. We go to parameters. And we go to scale. This would be Y scale maybe. All right, let's see what that did. That didn't. Well, see, the thing is when I stop it, okay, go back to this. When I actually stop it, so it's not going to show. It's only showing in the because the smoothing isn't getting. It's not having enough time to do the smoothing. But once you stop it, you see it fixes. So I'm not going to mess with the pants. It will smooth during a render. Okay, this is pretty cool. And what I'm going to do is give him some hair. Let's put an HDRI in the scene. Oh no, we're not going to put an H. We're going to render this. as a with PNGs so that there's no background, so he can just kind of dance in front of the scene. I hope that's not his feet distorting in a really weird way. What's going on with his feet? Yeah, I would say those toes are a little bit kind of funky right there. Something's wrong with the toes. Okay, so if we use a morph for the toes, we can fix that, I think. Because I don't think anybody could put their toes up quite like he does. Those ones are okay, but those ones definitely have an art style of their own. So we go to select this guy, parameters. We go to Genesis 9 load. We go to pose controls. No, that would be pose controls, yeah. Feet. Mid toes left. So if we go, this would be the right toe. Right foot tip toes. No, that's not it. Index toe bend. That's like all the way. Let's say, well, let's just bring them all down, and I think that might be enough to do it. Right toes fan down. Okay, right toes. Okay, we can bring them as much down as we can. Right toes spread. And then we have to bring now we have a big toe, the big toe. Feet. Okay, index, mid, pinky, ring. Where's the... right big toe bend. There we go. This is ridiculous. This toe... this might be okay. I think I know what's wrong with him. So we got to go back. It's my, let's just zoom these back, get these back where they were. And what we do is we just try a different body on him. Okay. It's the body shape isn't. Okay, so what we do is we go back to here, parameters, currently used, and what body am I using? I'm using Bruce, Alex, okay, this is Riker, okay, this is Sawyer body, Roy body, that didn't do it, Romeo, okay. I think what I needed to do was put this on the body. Oh, I did. And then I put the... Okay, let's let's back up out of here. See how far back we can go. That's as far back as we can go, and it's not far enough. Take that out. Put a Genesis 9 figure back in. If it seems like I've done this before, I have. And it's just been like a long time since I did it. So, clothing, some pants on him. All right, file, import. Let's find another dance. Open. Include rotation limits. Okay, I think that's it right there. And Mixamo.com. So we have our Genesis figure in here. And this looks like it's going to be a female one. Okay, so then, all right. Feet on her look okay. So now what did I do to do this? Okay, I forgot already. Genesis 1, which one is what? Okay, that's the Genesis 9 load. Okay, I saved it. I have to save the pose. Okay, file. So this is the FBX. Okay, save it as a pose. File. Save as. Pose preset. And we're already in our end. This is going to be catwalk. Catwalk FBX. We'll try to call it that. Genesis 9. What are all these? Okay, hip. All right. And properties starting from, okay, that's one. So there's 104 frames. So that fixed that. Okay, then we take our Genesis 9 figure. We go to our content library, animations, catwalk. Load that onto our Genesis 9 figure. Look at that. Okay, so we'll hide this. All right, the toes look okay, I guess. All right, that's a really short walk. Okay, what you do is you, all right. I think what we do is we now right click. Now we go to animate 2. And we right click here. Create aniBlocks from Studio Frame. Let's delete this, okay, here, and we'll create aniBlocks from Studio Frames. I think you have to select that, transform the OBJ's point of view, bake, create. All right, we're done here. We'll do that. All right. Creating an aniblock. You know, I could have little animations playing and, you know, walking by and things like that here. I had them once before, but I had to redo my, and this would be a place to show off some of these animations. So I haven't completely. Right, so we're going to do right click, rename. right, what happens if we Z? Okay, one of these is copy. Something's here is copy. All right, which one is copy? Okay, we're going to save as new. And we're going to save this in Catwalk F. All right, we'll just save it there. And then we go here to all right, why aren't they here? I think they'll only show if you have them in that folder. So let's copy this folder down into there. This is complicated, but once you kind of get it, then you get it. Then you get your hierarchy set up. All right, so we're here, back here again now to DAS. So we're going to go to this. We're going to just select this whole aniBlocks thing, copy. We're going to go down here, go into my DAS 3D library, aniBlocks, V, paste that in there. All right, see if they show up here now. aniBlocks, and there we go, I think. Yeah, and we have a few. All right, that's, oh, it's in here. Okay, I forgot, okay. All right, play. All right, we're going to go like this. We're going to zoom out a little bit. See if they keep on walking. Well, that's kind of weird. It's a weird walk. But they did. They just kept on walking. But it looks like they're up in the air. What's the problem with that? Okay. They started on the ground. But they slowly just started to like levitate. Okay, so I would think, All right, we stop this. Stop it. This is kind of funny. I would think we might have to see Z. All right, not sure how the linear point light got in here, but let's delete that. Okay. Now what if we go like this? I might have like twisted my figure a bit. Okay, now they're kind of... All right, let's go back to the beginning here. Rewind. Parameters. What would this value be? Rotate 0, 0, 0. Y, 0. Translate 0. And translate 0, Z. Okay. Now what happens when they walk? Perfectly along a line. Okay, so not really, okay, because it looks like they walk to the side. Z translates, so there's some kind of... All right, and there's some kind of thing throwing them off. We get here. And I don't think I can just put them at 0. Z. X. I don't think they'll stay there. They kind of did, but not no. What happened was it moved them over, and now if I move them back here, they'll be off by 43 there. Oh, okay, this is this kind of rotate at the beginning, and no, okay, because you'd think if you just rotated them a little bit, like this way or something, or that way, then they would, yeah, it does kind of do that, but okay, a little bit more. Kind of gets them along the line. So, all right, so then at this point we can go back to our, we can give them a shape maybe at one of these shapes. Velar, let's turn this gender neutral figure into a male. He's gonna walk funny now with the female walk. Okay, it's like, hi, I'm Velar. Don't pay attention to how I walk. This is just a very terrible. We go back to Mixamo. Okay, that we weren't there at Mixamo. Okay, let's what happens when we take this out now? Delete that. Okay, they don't have an animation now? No, they don't. All right. So let's bring in another animation. Import. Breakdance, cartwheel. How about the twerk? No, let's do something a little bit less. Dismissing gesture. Off with you. Let's see. Edge slip. I brought a lot of these in. Hanging idle. Happy walk in place. Happy walk. Okay, so when you export them, let's try the happy walk. Open. Include rotation limits, so they can't rotate things beyond what a foot would rotate. Hint, hint. Okay, and this is Mixamo.com. Accept. All right, so now we have our Genesis 9. Okay, this is the FBX one. All right, and now we're going to go File, Save As, Pose Preset. This Happy Walk. Happy Walk FBX. That's good. 350. That's a little few more than the last one. Okay, timeline. All right, we got to get this stuff out of here. It would be, how do we clear the timeline? Okay, right click, delete keys. I think we did it. No, we got one more here. Delete keys. Rewind. Okay, I think that's it. And now, okay, they may have been my FBX keys. I think I just, all right, well, I saved it. Okay, so we can delete this. We can take and load the Happy Walk. I'm back. You fell asleep. Art, welcome back. Welcome back, friend. Welcome. We've got a Happy Walk now. We're going to put this on our figure and see what happens with the Happy Walk. Oh, all right. Well, I guess let's see if this actually translates into. All right. So why we have that, I don't know. Let's just delete that. Okay. And the Happy Walk will end it right here. We've got to zoom in a little bit here. I can't see these. I hope you had a nice nap. Yes, I do. So we're going to right click, create aniBlocks from Studio Frames. I forget. Maybe I have the wrong one selected, but I think it was the baked one. This is a Happy Walk. Rename. Happy Walk. Okay. Save it. And all right, one of these says Genesis 9. Mixamo. My aniBlocks. Happy Walk. We'll go with that. All right. And now what happens if we do this number? All right. Zoom out. And play. Okay, we have a limit here. I closed that down. All right, let's try this again. All right, what happens when we zoom out here? The Happy Walk. The happy walk. You are very welcome, Art. You are. Now we go here to scene. And let's rewind. Is that a happy walk? I guess. Okay, so in order to have him walk out of the scene, we only have to get to about here. All right, that's working. So we are working with aniBlocks now. Rewind. What's this? I don't know. Rewind. Okay, and it doesn't seem like a very happy walk to me. I thought it was supposed to be kind of hopping and skipping, but he seems to be just kind of, maybe it's just the way it's playing. So let's go back here. Let's put a camera in the scene. And let's lock the camera so we don't mess it up. And then I can zoom in on this guy. Genesis 9 load. Let's go back to the first frame. Let's go over here. He is a guy. Okay, so we can fix his eyes real quick. Parameters. Left eye. What's up with this? Why doesn't he have any more parameters? Oh, here they are. Okay. And perhaps it's the taxes on his paycheck. It could be. Yeah. So it could be the taxes. Taxes can be quite a burden. They can. I've been lucky with mine. So X translate. Okay, what's going on with the eyeball here? Okay, I think we have to zoom in on the eye like that, okay, in order to zoom around it. All right, and then we go translate Z. This is not like being very granular. Okay, okay, over this way. Okay. We are trying to do this, but it's fighting me. Okay, that's not really that good, no. That's 120, and it's just not fitting this eye. Let's go to 150. Okay. Now it's fitting it, but reluctantly. Okay, so we bring this over this way more. And then we're going to have to really zoom these out. Okay. 150. All right, those are some big eyes. My grandma, what big eyes you have. All right, and what if we, now we select the eyes, iris, okay, iris, and we have to select the eyes, not the hip, okay, load, Oh, the eyes. And we have to come here and turn off the limits. 1 on all 3. Parameter settings, limits. And we go here. And now we can move these and make them quite a bit smaller. We can make them as small as we want. Okay, but let's see about parameters. Okay, I thought these had like look up and down kind of things here, but I don't see it now. That's not there. Okay, so we'd have to go like 1 by 1 again to get the figure 9 products. Okay, here. Twist, look up, down. See, that's not working. It's like moving the eyebrow, the Z. Okay, so I think we'd have to go with look. Maybe it's blink. No, it's look. Okay, let's try something here with these eyes. I don't think this. No, it doesn't. It's like doesn't do anything. All right, so rotate Z. That didn't do anything. That didn't do anything. Okay, so I'm at a loss with the Genesis 9 eyes. Rotation, and they're just not gonna do anything. Z. See, it's like moving the Z. What did I just do? Okay, back to the camera view. Did I lower my sound? Maybe a little bit, and I've kind of moved away from the mic a bit, so I can move the mic back in. There we go. Yeah. It's better to have me as close to the mic as possible because I do have a fan on in the room, and the closer that I am to the mic, the better, the less fan noise that you will hear. So, all right. You are this all part of the. You're part of the You're part of the show. That's so. I need feedback. For the longest time is like nobody said anything. So about an hour I had like no one talk at all, and I was just kind of working along. So it's nice to have people, kind of watching and seeing what I'm doing. Okay, so we're gonna But you know, that's the way it is, I guess. So we're gonna now add a skin. One of these is a skin. Here it is. Eyebrows, eyes, skin. Let's put we'll just put Wagner's skin on him. Oh, I think I just put it on his eye. All right. Wait a moment. Take it back off. Whatever I just did. Genesis 9 skin. Let's try again. All right, click play and see what happens. No, I don't think the happy walk got translated into this. Somehow it just didn't. And he did have skin, right? Yeah, okay, at least we have skin now on him. And if we go with hair, give him the Nahul beard. Skin. Which one is his hair all? Okay. Give him Xander hair. All right. And let's take a look at him. Yeah, the eyes look completely ridiculous, and I can't really get him to look down. What a mess these eyes are. It's like, okay, that's the figure. That's what he's going to look like. It just did. You would think a rotate would rotate the eye, not the eye, you know? Not sure what's up with that, but it's just wrong. So I needed some help with learning. I just need to figure out how to do these eyes things because they're not working right. So what kind of hair? It didn't say what kind of hair. I think Xander. There it is. We'll go with brown, dark brown hair. No, that's not dark enough. We gotta go with the black. That's kind of really black, but it's okay. I'm not really too thrilled. I mean, this guy looks like he's just come out of some kind of trance, you know, and he's just not quite back yet. We'll go with the Omni Black and see what this looks like. That's better. A lot better. It's got a little bit of that. So I don't know what to do with him, with his eyes. They're just, okay, I could probably try to make them smaller parameters. But then they're going to, okay, 120. They're still going to kind of stick up. Now they're too small. They don't fit in his head. They don't fit in the sockets. Oh, okay. I just thought of something. You just move them down like this. Okay. It's like, duh. You just grab a hold of them and move them. Now they're too small, but I think I'm going to make them big again. 150. Okay. And now my thing doesn't want to render. Okay. Okay, I think I made the iris too big on one of them. As I think, I'm not sure that I did this right. Well, that fixed something. All right, left eye, iris. And now we're looking to go to the eyes here. And we're going to go 230. We'll go 230, minus 230. Okay, and then we'll go with this one. You got, oh, this. Oh, okay. Now his eyebrows aren't right. Eyebrows. Let's go back here. Library animations. We're going to go to here, here, here. Browse. Okay, I don't know that I did the browse here. Oh, browse, okay. Kyle browse. Let's see what they look like. We got to select. No. Oh, they kind of work. Yeah, they kind of work. They're just not the right color. But they're not quite right. So we're going to go Z. We'll just keep looking. Well, those didn't work because those are a material. There used to be a way to get rid of them from here, but I guess you can't. Okay, those are materials. Blend. No. Want something that goes a little straighter than that. Nope. You know, it's just about anything you kind of want to do in DAZ, you can. Just, you know, like what I just did by moving those eyes down. You just kind of have to try everything until you figure it out. Okay, I think we'll go with them. They're just a little strange, but I don't want to spend like 2 hours picking the right eyebrows, you know. I would never spend that much time picking eyebrows. Okay, so we got a secondary color and the first color. The secondary color is kind of, we're going to bring that a little darker, see what happens. And the glossy color, let's make that darker. And let's see the primary eyes. Let's go darker than that. And the glossy color. The glossy color. Alright, I think that works. Yeah. It's like enough. These eyebrows, if these don't work, we're just leaving them. We got Spock eyebrows. Alright, so let's see what happens when he walks across the scene. Camera. Play. Okay, there's how many frames to this thing? I just made so many frames. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know how many frames. We're going to take this little thing and we're going to drag it to this. That's the end of our animation. Doesn't say. Oh, I think the timeline would say here. Genesis 9. Okay, I can convert these to the timeline. Bake to studio keyframes. All right. The Spock joke. Yeah. Captain. I do not show any emotion. Yeah, okay, I think we're done. That didn't take long for it to... Oh, I guess it's still doing it. I spoke too soon. Too soon. Way too soon. Yes. A happy walk. I made some salsa yesterday, my homemade salsa. I make salsa every few months. I'll make a gallon of salsa. And yesterday I put grapes in my salsa because the store didn't have any cherries. And I was in the mood for cherries, so I always put some kind of fruit in my salsa. And I didn't put any jalapeno, which I really should have, because jalapeno goes really good in salsa. Are we done? Not yet. Not yet. This is 10 seconds of him walking. There's probably going to be like 2,000 frames. So, yeah, more than 2,000. Okay. Anytime now, you could finish transferring. It's kind of better to leave this as an animate, inanimate. The only thing is I couldn't tell how many frames were there. Just wasn't sure. I don't know how to look. You would think that this would have something like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. So what are those? They're just, what do they really... They're not frames. Exactly, Art. That's the thing. And then where do you show it off? You know, after you've worked for 2-3 days, where do you show off? Okay, look, is 300, 305. Let's go 600 and see how many there are. Okay, there's, yeah, so that we go here. 300 frames isn't that many. At 30 frames. Okay. So we put this here. All right, we're at the last frame. And what do I want to do now? Okay, so that would be at current frame is 305, so we want 305 frames. All right. Now when I click play, we can work it out. Gotta see it my way. With a chance of knowing that our love would soon be gone. Alright, now it looks like he's floating in the air. But I guess it doesn't matter, but the thing is, if you notice there's a shadow, I'm glad I saw that. Turn the ground off and then you don't have a shadow like that. So we go to parameters, iris, and we go to ground off. Okay, no shadow. Because the thing is that if I were to have him like walk across the front of the screen like in my video, there would be this weird like shadow and it'd be like chopped off. At the bottom, it would be like cut off. And it's just better not to have the shadow there. And if the sun's coming from a different angle, then the shadow will be like chopped off here. Or and you'd end up with this like weird looking chop on the shadow. And you have to have a gigantic frame to include the shadow in your, so think about that. I did, and it hurt thinking about it. So I'm just going to come in here, and I'm going to grab a bunch of these frames, and right-click, delete, because I don't think he's got to walk. See, he's already out of the picture. Right? As soon as he walks out of the picture, I don't need no more frames rendering. So we're going to go delete selected keys. All right, and now how many have we got? Let's zoom in on these. All right, we're on the last one, and that is the current frame is 247, so we're going to go 247. All right, let's go to render settings, and we're going to go and render the image series. We're going to go file, save as, scene. We'll call this guy Dustin. All right, Dustin walk. All right, Dustin. And we're going to go to frame 1. Okay, rewind me to frame 1. I don't want to fight with you. All right, we're going to go here. And we're going to go new folder. Dustin. Dustin walk. Select folder. We're going to call this Dustin. So everyone will be like Dustin 0, Dustin 1, Dustin 2, Dustin 3. So it'll put that name at the beginning of each. All right, and it's from 0 to 246. Now I'm going to render this at 600 by 368. It's going to be a tiny little image, okay? And then we're going to go to progressive renders, and the one we got to look at is this one. And we're going to set this maximum samples at 500. We'll go at 1,000. All right, and then this maximum time, we just set that down here to something low, because it'll once it hits 1,000, it'll stop. Okay. Render. And now we only have, okay, see, that was our first frame. So this is going to happen like really quick. Okay, so it's like less than a second per frame. Let's see what we've got here. So we open a new tab. Open a new tab. And we'll go to home here. And we're going to go to PNG, animation series, Dustin Walk. Where are you, Dustin? CD, Dustin Walk. Oh, here's Dustin Walk. Why don't I see any? Oh, because he's not in the scene yet. He's only got a foot. Now he's got part of a foot. Why is this so tiny? Oh, because it's a small invisible image. Okay, the background it's a PNG file. It's like about this size. It's tiny, maybe even smaller, like this size. All right, but it's going. Let's go from the beginning here. Well, there he goes. I mean, it'd be nice to just be able to upload, but you know what? The only thing about DAZ, you know, when I said, oh, why don't they let us put our animations in the DAZ gallery, and I didn't have everyone say, oh, that's a great idea, Rex. So, you know, some people just, they want the gallery to be just images and that's it. And it's like, I'm not of that ilk. I don't see any reason why there can't be some animations mixed in, okay? Where, you know, where you click on one if you don't want to click on it. If it just says something like animation, then, you know, or in the corner, it could just say Annie or something, you know. So that said, if you don't want to watch animations, just don't click on them, you know. No, we're not allowed to upload animation in the gallery. No, and that's why nobody's, you know, that's why there's just no interest in how do you want to share your work with other DAZ people? And I asked them a year ago to please allow us to upload, you know, but the only thing is, you know, I don't work for the company. I don't know what's inside. I don't know what they're doing inside. The only thing is that, you know, remember when in the forum they just shut off so we couldn't upload images in the forum? That forum has probably grown to like, you know, some kind of unwieldy large. That forum has been going for years and years, and people have been uploading images and uploading images. That forum is probably, I don't know, a gazillion terabytes or something, you know? And they probably have to pay taxes on that too. So, you know, and then to open the gallery, and the gallery has been going for how many years? And just imagine how many images they have to store of everybody's stuff. And the gallery is just growing and growing every day. You know, it grows bigger and bigger and bigger. And imagine just dumping a bunch of animation into the gallery, which would be 30 pictures a second. And, you know, 30 pictures a second of a little cube going across the screen, you know. But it's still 30 pictures a second that they have to store. So, you know, I don't know what's going, but, you know, DAZ is a big company. I don't, you know, you'd think they could invest in something like that and say, yeah, it's time to let these animators put their stuff up. You know, so I don't know. You know, maybe they could get YouTube to host it, you know, and have just links to, you could link your video, you could embed your video. So that would be nice, is if you could just, if they had it set up so it's like upload your video to YouTube and embed it in the gallery. But they don't even have that, you know? It's like, come on, I'm just a little guy, and I think of these things. I think of it. You know why? You know, that you would think they would think, have somebody there smarter than me, you know, than just some dumb user who thinks and says, you know, let's allow people to embed their YouTube videos in the gallery. Then, you know, at least then people could show then there would be a hub, you know, where people, when you upload it to YouTube, it wouldn't be just like lost in the haystack of needles, you know. It would be there would, you know, it would be together with all the other Daz stuff. So yeah, if you're listening, Daz, please do something. You know, it's like, I just don't feel, I have a bunch of animations. They're stupid ones, but you know what? If I could upload them to the gallery, maybe the next animation I make wouldn't be so stupid. I'd put some time into it because I'd feel like I was, you know, doing something to show other Daz users, you know, that I kind of know how to animate a little bit. So that's my thoughts on that. So, and if, you know, if we have to use YouTube and upload our animations there and just give us the, you know, a thing which would say embed animation, you know, and you click on it and you put the YouTube link in there, and there it is. Wow, that's not so hard to do, is it? So, you know, and you know what? It wouldn't cost them a dime. And so it would cost them just a little bit of, their programmer would have to write it into the gallery script, you know, into the gallery program. But other than that, and you could just, it would just pop up and say, embed, you know, when you go to upload your image, there would be a little option down in the bottom which would be embed YouTube video. And so they would have to go through and make sure that, you know, they're not embedding something, you know, horrible from YouTube, because YouTube lets a bunch of some terrible stuff slide, but it wouldn't be that bad. Now what frame are we on? 141. So we're halfway through. So we're like, he's halfway across the floor. So a little more than halfway. This isn't too bad, just to make a little teeny. And you know, this is 1,000 this is going up to 1,000 iterations. With just a black background with a no background, so it's a transparent background. It's going pretty fast. Look at that. We'll find out if he's got a skip in his step or not, because it was supposed to be the happy walk, and I don't think he was. I didn't see. He seemed to have somewhere along the lines. I lost his happy walk. So, you know, a lot of animation is the work that goes into it is making special morphs that like move the arm back, like the whole arm back. Like if you want to move the whole arm back, instead of like moving, then you have to move the elbow part back, and then you have to move the arm back, then you have to move the fingers back, you know. And so, you know, moving all of the arm back. And if you like move the arm back where you want it to be and all the fingers, then you can go and create a morph. And once in that morph, you can just use then in your animation. And that's the thing, is that, and you create a bunch of morphs that allow you to move, and you figure it's just the human body. It's like there's only so many places the arm can be. It can be back here, or it can be ahead, you know. The same with the feet. The feet are only gonna, they have limits of where they can go and how many. And so you would have ones that like pull the feet apart, or pull the right foot out or the left foot out, or that just bend the left foot back like you're doing a stretch or something with your leg. You know, just certain things that and you create, or you find, or you get these morphs so that then you don't have to keep moving. When you want to, you just use a morph and it pulls the whole arm up to their head, you know, and the arm is just ready. Then you can kind of move their fingers if you have to slightly move things around. But that's the hokey pokey. Yes, that's those were my thoughts exactly. So yeah, you have to do so the morph does the heavy lifting, and then you have to put your yeah. That's what. So we're already up to almost 200 frames. I'm really surprised at how quickly this is going. This is a Genesis 9 figure with hair. And look how it's going through 1,000 iterations. Yeah, that's amazing. It's because he's tiny in the scene. He's kind of in the distance. Yeah. So I might revise my, you know, it all depends. If Daz does eventually allow us, I might, like, you know, 1 week a month, you know, make an animation, you know, see what. But right now, my music is, I've got to be working on, and it's like, and to take a day off, you know, or 2 days a week to do this live video stuff, you know, I kind of have to get everything ready and all. To take a day off to do this is already a lot out of my music schedule. So, and there have been times when I've like done 4 videos in a week. Yeah, well that would be interesting. Yeah, yeah, I'm not big on Discord. I'm not a big, I just don't, I get kind of, I'll spend like 1 day a year, I'll spend like a big, you know, I'll spend like a week trying to figure out all of Discord, and I will, and I will get so, and I'll end up like hooking my Discord channel into all these different apps and all this other stuff. And then, you know, and it just doesn't seem to go anywhere. It just doesn't seem to, it's like I only scratch the surface of what Discord can do. You know, it'd be nice to have, I have the ability to open a Discord channel and let people actually just connect in with audio and talk and be part of this show. So at this point, I just haven't done it. So, okay, we have now a video. So what we're going to do is open this up here to open with. And we're going to go, all right, now I can't do it that way. I think I have to open Photoshop first, because it will just open in Photoshop. It won't. So I have to use this open, file, open. And then we have to go to PNG, animation series. This was Dustin Walk. We select this, then we click image sequence. select that. 30 frames per second, I think. I forgot what it is. Okay, then we got to go up into here and click on motion. And we can play it. It won't play at full speed, but it'll play faster. That's a happy walk. Yeah, Dustin, you did it, Dustin. Okay, it's very small, very, very, very small. But if we can make this a little bigger, let's see what happens when we play it again. Let's see, he's very blurry because I rendered him at a very small, low resolution. It's kind of terrible. But it's a template, like, in fact, it's a proof of fact, you know? So what I can do now is render this larger because it looks good. All right. So yeah. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, you don't have a skip in your step, Angus? Oh, come on. Every once in a while there must be a slight little hilter there, kind of. A lilt in your step. Just reminding you of the old days when there was an actual skip there. So, yeah, I think maybe the skip in the step is a little overrated. People overdo it. And it's irritating. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have much of a skip in my step. I try to walk fast, but I slow down. I forget to, and it's like the next thing I know, I'm back to a snail's pace. All right, so how about if we change this to 1920? How fast is this going to render now? Okay, so we'll take these, and we're going to call this 800. X, new folder, 800, we'll call it 800, paste. We'll go up, all right, and now we're going to try, see how quick these render at 2K, almost 2K. Render. See, that's going a little bit slower. Okay, that was, how much time did that take? 3 seconds? Echo, what's 3 seconds times 400?
3 seconds times 400 is 20 minutes.
Echo, what's 3 seconds by 260?
3 seconds times 260 is 13 minutes.
13 minutes. All right, 13 minutes. Let's see, Dustin isn't in the room yet. Is Dustin's foot there? We got a toe. We have a little teeny toe. This will come out very sharp and very clear because it's got just the right kind of size. 1920 by 1080 is a good, it's an okay animation size. But what's really good, you have to pair that with the at least 1,000 iterations, and it all depends on how much stuff there's a whole foot. Now that I'm seeing this, I'm thinking my HDRI is kind of a little bit cold. All right, so just something to think, because you know the HDRI is still, it's turned off and we have a transparent background, but it's still putting out light. And it's kind of a little bit cold. It's not horrible, you know, and so, all right. look at this. So we got Dustin walking through the scene. He's a Genesis 9 figure. He's got hair on his body. He's got a very, very high quality skin texture, which is, I think, Wagner's skin. Very high quality skin. He's got hair, and he's animating and walking through the scene. And this is only going to take 15 minutes to render 30 frames per second, 30, 60, 90, 120. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, like 8 frames, 8 seconds. That's not bad. See, the thing is that I want interaction poses. I want like 2 people walking down the beach hand in hand, and just, you know, that adding an extra person makes the animation like exponentially like murder. Okay? It's just, yeah, so I don't know, you got this strut. Eddie Murphy's a nutty professor said that. Eddie Murphy's awesome. Yeah, he is awesome. So we're still working a little bit here. I decided to go through an animation here. So let's see what this looks like here as we scroll through it. Okay, see how now he looks pretty sharp here now. And if we zoom in on this, look at this. This is pretty sharp. Okay, it's not your massively blurry thing. Okay, so the toes look a little bit weird here. I don't know what's going on with the pigeon toes. Yeah, he's got a toe sticking up now. So the toes aren't really working well at these. There's a toe like way up in the air right there. So I think that would be considered a broken toe. And a trip to the emergency room, and so much for the happy walk. Because that toe is like a problem. And it's probably happens in each aniBlock. How you'd fix it, I don't know. If anything, you could possibly use Mesh Grabber and just physically move the toe there and then create a morph from Mesh Grabber. And that's another thing you can do. Is like, if you want somebody to breathe, you can just take that big sphere from Mesh Grabber and pull their chest up, okay, with the sphere, and create a morph, okay, and that morph, when you slide that morph, their chest will move up. That morph, that Mesh Grabber movement becomes everything you move in the body can be a slider. And so you just save it in Mesh Grabber as a morph. And then when you want the chest to move back down, you create another morph and you just push the chest, that big sphere, back in. And you can do that with the tummy too. You can do all of that stuff with it. So, yeah. So this isn't going too fast. This is 6 minutes. Oh, but it said it would be done in 15 minutes, but I'm not sure I want to wait that long for this. So I'll just kind of give you a preview, kind of quick, really. We'll see. I have a way of talking for 15 minutes and then just flies right by. But All right, we go back and see this is the foot. See, we got a problem with the toe right there. One of the toes. That's the thing about animation is like there's always something wrong with it. It's just always something that's really just not always. Every once in a while, it's like for many, many years, everything I did with animation, there was always something wrong. When I would get done, animating for like 5 hours, letting my computer render that for 5 darned hours, and then I would look and there was like something, their eye was twitching or something, just something always wrong. And I've gotten lucky, like a few lately. I've gotten some animations that were that worked. Like we go into here, open a new tab, and we go finished videos. These are some of my animations. Now this one right here with now what's this one? This one's pretty cool. I'm beautiful. It's like there's really kind of nothing wrong with this. So, it's just it works. And now we have another one here with this is pretty cool, the candle on the table. All right, it's just the smoke is going up. An animated flame. Okay, that's something I did. I'll play it one more time. So, yeah, that was done in Daz Studio. A little bit of a flame there going up. And that's one. And where's the here's another one that I just did recently, and this one's kind of terrible. It's okay, but it's just his hair doesn't like move and his expressions are really stupid. So yeah, see, I'm not that incredibly good at this. So but I'm sorry. This one came out perfect. All right, this is a chicken dance, and there's just really kind of nothing wrong with it. And so, other than his hair's the wrong color, but it just kind of works. And this is a transparent background, so that when I put this up, like I could put it up on my video here, he would just like be just my own screen would be in the background instead of anything else. So that one came out pretty good. And this is a disaster. This one was a disaster. Falling leaves. And he gets blowing a kiss. It's like, and then he's sliding his legs, and the leaves are going through. They're melting into the ground. So, and these just happen to be animations that, blowing a kiss, and they just happen to be the only animations that I have for, but I'm getting more of a library, and I'm just kind of starting to, and you can see where I just had horrible luck with this, like the leaves, they all fall at once. So, and those are dForce leaves, okay, but I just totally it didn't work. And obviously the leaves think the ground is down below the grass instead of on the grass. So I imagine they're collecting down on the ground, but down below, So, but this is, you kind of learn. And this darn thing took me like 5 hours to put together. And it's horrible. It's absolutely just horrible. Okay. This one's okay. The guy's sneaking around. It's just there's kind of nothing really wrong with it, you know, and it's got an invisible background, so it's it works, and at least his toes aren't too messed up. So and this one's Michael. This one's kind of terrible. I just, you know, and this scene, it looks kind of like a like I used a this is not ultra scenery. Ultra scenery would have taken me like a year to render. This is just kind of one of those scenes that, you know, my happy place kind of Daz scenes. And maybe I should have put a little more clothing on him. It's just, you just don't know what you're going to get and what this is going to look like when you're done and the camera moving around. It's kind of creepy. So I just don't, you know, I'm not really that good at this. But I'm, you know, every time I do this, I get a little bit better. He has no expression on his face at all. It looks like he's just going through the motions of terrible motions of life. And of course, I kind of start them out with in a. Well, this is my Angus dwarf, and he's casting a spell. And as you can see, there's always something that goes wrong with it. Remember, I told you. Well, what's this? You know, is it stuck in? You know, why did that have to happen? So, and it looks. I don't know whether if I had a wind. Like a wind node here, how I got that to do that, but it just didn't work. So, you know, it's kind of cool, but then it's not. And so it's just, maybe I try to push the envelope too far and I just try to do too much. An animated flame. Okay, this is, this may have been done in, might not have been done in Daz. I don't think this was done in Daz Studio because each picture, I think I might have loaded this because Daz can load animated VDBs. It's just that each frame of the scene has to be a different VDB. So you have so you make a series of VDBs, and each frame loads the new VDB. So you and that's how you can make an animated VDB in Daz. I don't remember how I did this. So it could be something I exported from EmberGen, but this doesn't really look like a good EmberGen video. So it looks like I struggled much harder to make this because EmberGen would have come out like perfect, but I'm not sure exactly what that is. So, and I don't even know what this is. Terrence is dancing. Okay, I just made this a little while, like a few days ago, and it's terrible again. I think I was working with expressions, and that was a fail. This one kind of came out kind of okay, this thriller one guy. Because the cloth simulation really worked on this. It's like I finally got the cloth to do the right thing. And if you put this to like the Thriller song or something, it would be kind of really cool. But then you notice there's a little bit, some jerks moments, okay? But the cloth simulation, just like, wow. This came out, it was just like, oh my gosh. Yeah, this one worked well. So, and that's dForce. That's dForce for you. Yeah, this one, you know, I think kind of did work. So, yeah, and so, yeah, I think this one kind of did. Now, his shirt maybe needed some dForce too. This was really difficult because I had to go through, and like if you'll notice, there's a few jerky moments with his arm here because I didn't realize that I needed to use morphs to move his arms. Instead, I was like micromanaging each keyframe, and that's not how you do it. So I could make this much better now. Yes, the thriller. Yeah. So yeah, this it works. So you know, I just wonder if his hair was supposed, if this little bun on his head was supposed to move a little bit, you know. So, and he has like no expression on his face at all. So there's just, you know, I'm my worst critic. But like right there in that, notice his hand. See right here watch what his hand does. It's this right hand. Watch how see how it jumps like then jerks. Yeah, see, now I know how to fix those things. You use morphs to do it. Because the morphs will work over top of the animation. So this animation would have become out much more simpler, much easier. I could have done it much easier if I had known about morphs. See, there was some jerky motion in there too. Just things that I didn't know how to do to move. So that's funny. Yeah, he's doing the thriller dance. Darkness falls across the land. Yep. So he's doing the thriller dance. So this is and the thing is that if you can find, I did this because it was like a long, I think I put a couple of dances together to make this, because it was like I had these thriller part 1, 2, and 3. I might have put them together like that, and they might have worked together. I'm not sure. But if you can get long animations, and there's, on the internet, there's this file. It's like a master file. And it's a download, and it's not that big of a download, but inside that download, it comes with like, I don't know, 10,000 motion capture files. But when you download it, you have to like agree and say, because it says, it's like you have to agree that it's for teaching purposes only because it was made by some university, and so you can only use it for teaching. You can't use it for commercial purposes and everything. And it's like, okay, I don't want them all mixed in with my other animation stuff. And so, you know, and I'm not even a mom and pop operation. I'm just like an animator wannabe, you know. So that but there is a file, just so you know, there's a file online with motion capture. You'll find it if you get into animation. You'll run across it, and they'll let you download it. It's a zip file, and it's got like 10,000 motion captures. This was not one of them. This came from Mixamo, and Mixamo is free. And I'll tell you another thing about Mixamo is that the Mixamo offers all of these animation things for free, like about 1,000, or maybe not quite that many, 500, 600, I don't know, something like that. But I have read somewhere, and I can't really put my hand on that place, but if you dig deep into the Mixamo website, you will find that Mixamo, that Adobe, because Adobe owns Mixamo, that Adobe has close to 1 million animation sequences that you could put on your DAZ figures. And there's a way to like subscribe to them, but it's like I don't know, it's like this ungodly amount of money, like $6,000 for, you know, a license to get into their animation. And it's very hush hush. It's like, I don't know, you would think they would like advertise it everywhere. It's like, but no, it's like you can't, I don't think it would take me an hour to find that. I'm serious. It'd take me like an hour to find the Adobe, the Mixamo repository where you can actually go into and subscribe to this special animation library where there are so many different animation things. And the best animation ones are the long ones, because that means they're doing something for a long time. And like running down a street, you know, or something like that, or climbing up a ladder, but, you know, and jumping off a building and then running it, you know, those kinds of things. Yes, I would think you're right, Art. I would think they would want people to know about it. And it's just, it took me forever to find it. And what was written about it, it didn't just like offer, I don't think it like offered, I think it was like by, you know, you have to contact them and you have to get, and just talk it over with their salespeople. But I believe the M word was used, like over 1 million of these animation things that you can see. That this is a DAZ character, okay? You recognize that that's the torn cloth shirt. Those are the torn pants. This is a DAZ Genesis 8 figure, I believe. Yes, he is. I believe he's a Genesis 8. Might be a Genesis 9 figure, but this is... And what I did was I ran the simulation. I had to simulate each frame. Okay, so you run the simulation on the animation, and the simulation jumps through and renders the simulation for each frame. So it's just like each frame, it does a simulation, and it takes a good long time for it to go. But the simulation only has to do like about 3 iterations per frame to come up with this results. So it only has to iterate like 3 times per frame, but that is like amazing. That's one of the coolest things I've seen, you know, with cloth. And I think these pants were made by Sickle Yield, so she should be really proud of what she did with this. And I didn't have to add dForce to this. They already came dForce. So this, you know, the forethought that I'm going to make some dForce pants with these dangly cloths, and someday somebody's going to animate them, and they're just going to animate perfectly, you know, is just This is the love dance. It's like I'm in love with Paris. So I don't know, or this may be Florence, I don't know, but as you can see, he's sliding along the floor a little bit too much. And I think there's the settings in your animation software. I told you I could talk my way through all this. So we've got where you change how the keyframes go from one keyframe to the other. Does the previous keyframe have an impact on the next keyframe, or are they separate kind of entities? And if you change that, I think he'll dance more smoothly in this. Okay, so it's just something I'm learning. But there again, it's just like I worked on this animation for like 3 hours. I'm serious, 3 hours working on this animation, and the dance came out perfectly, except for the fact that he's sliding ever so gently on the floor. And so, and you know, I think maybe a toga would have been better than the gym shorts. So, and having the toga, so I can always open this project back up and go into it and mess with it and say, okay, let's put the toga on in frame 1, and let's run the toga through a simulation, cloth simulation, and then let's set the interpolation of the frames so that this sliding problem goes away. Because it's what's happening is the previous frames are having too much effect on the next frame, and it's kind of warping the envelope of the animation. Something that I've just kind of I'm learning about. All right, so, but this isn't a bad animation here. I tend to think that I probably should have gotten closer, and this is an HDRI in the background, so it's like very easy with the plane here. And I had to make the plane flat because I would have had to move him up and down along the plane. But it looks like he's actually, if there wasn't that sliding motion, it looks like he's actually walking on the plane. There's a few spots here and there where I could just come in with the morph slider and just change that place with a morph slider. Make sure and bring the foot right directly onto the land. And when you get good at this, then I could make this a little bit bumpier, maybe like have just a few dips in it. Like it doesn't have to be completely flat. So, and I've learned something about depth of field with HDRIs, because I always thought, well, why is there such a problem with depth of field with HDRI? You know, you just put an HDRI on, and the depth of field is the HDRI's in the far distance, so it's just going to look kind of blurry. But the thing is with the HDRI is that a lot of times the land comes right up. And the thing is that the HDRI, even though there's a ground and everything, it doesn't go back the right way. It's like it just looks like the land is blurry. It doesn't go, because it's going back to like almost like infinity. Like this is far away. It's like miles away. And this and the way an HD depth of field works, it doesn't expect things to be, well, you know, maybe like mountains in the background, but these lions here are like miles away, and that doesn't work right with depth of field. Just kind of think about it a little bit. When you render some scenes, do you place yourself in their position mentally too? I put what I put like this whole, you know, you can tell this was made by a gay man. You know, I'll just say that. You know, this it's not like two gladiators fighting to the death, all right? It's a man being very kind of dainty, okay? And so it's, yeah, and I do that on purpose. I try to, you know, make males seem a little bit, I try to, you know, something that you don't see very often, because men are afraid to show, they're afraid to show, you know, their a softer side to themselves, a little bit. Yeah, I made this one. So this one came out okay. So it's, the thing is that if he wasn't sliding around, it would have been perfect. And moving his feet now, I've learned how to, because where his feet kind of go through the floor in a couple spots, it's just would be so easy now to use morphs now to fix that, instead of having to go and. Now, I'm not sure that these position, yeah, I guess parameters, you can animate parameters, I believe. I'm not sure. I'd have to look and see, but yeah, I'm quite sure you can, because yeah, like if you resize something or if you move something up, yeah, of course it's going to, so parameters are completely animatable, and they kind of go on top of all of, so you don't have to go in generally and mess with your keyframes, because you can just do stuff on top of them with the morphs. So we'll look and take a look at this one. They've got about 5 more frames left. And I'll open this one up in, okay, we're gonna open Photoshop. What I'll do is we're gonna save this one. So we go to export, we're in Photoshop, export, render video. And what we do, come on, open up. Okay, initializing video export. You have to render it as a dot move if you want the background. And then what you do is you go this, you just set, it should find your resolution. I did it at 600 by 338, okay? You have to set the media encoder to QuickTime. So all you have to do is switch it to QuickTime, and it will fill in all this other stuff. And then I'm going to save this in the it's called Untitled, but what was this? What was his name? Dustin. We'll call this Dustin Small. But then what you have to do is you have to set this to straight unmatted, or the background won't be transparent. Okay? And that's the only way to export a transparent video is because it's going to come out of DAS transparent, because they're all PNG files, okay? So the backgrounds are all, and when you load it in, it comes in transparent, obviously, because look, it's transparent in the background here. All these little checkerboards means it's transparent. But so you set it to QuickTime, and then you just set this straight because there's other options, or there could be saying it usually, and it doesn't come up by default as straight unmatted. But if you close straight unmatted and you just go render, okay, it's gonna render this video and put that in my video file here, right here. And now we can actually watch this here. Where is it? I might have to reload this, refresh this page. Dustin, here it is. So this is actually, well, what happened, Dustin? I don't see anywhere. What happened? Oh, I moved the files. Okay. So that's not going to work. Okay, so that's all right. But we're going to open this up now. We're going to close this. Save changes, no. I could have probably... okay, we'll get rid of this Dustin small because we're going to render the Dustin large one now. Okay, and now we go to here. To this, my original... Okay, these are the Dustin ones. Where's Dustin 0? Alright, I think I've got to sort these by name, I guess. And now it's ascending. Okay. Okay, 0. There's Dustin 0. Right, okay, so I have to actually open it like this in Photoshop. File, open. Open. Okay, we're open. Okay. Think, Rex, think. Okay, there's Dustin 0. Okay, why does that look small? I don't know why. But let's, okay, we have to click image sequence. Open. It should work. Okay, let's see. Let's click play. Okay, this isn't working. Not even playing. Maybe it's still loading. Alright, let's close this down. Save changes, no. Something's wrong. Something's happening here. Alright. Now there's that one's okay, there it is again. Let's properties. Details. 1920 by 1080. Alright, let's try it again. Photoshop. Let's try it again. Angus, have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful walk. Yes. You take care. You stay safe out there, friend. And thank you for hanging out as long as you have tonight. It's very nice to have you here. Very nice. I don't think Dustin 1. See, something's wrong with these. They look like... Alright, let's try them anyway. Image sequence. 30 frames. Okay, I don't think Dustin worked. Because it usually takes a while for them to load. I think Daz corrupted these somehow. Yeah, they came out corrupted. They play here. Okay, let's Dustin walk. We'll call save this as save as scene. Dustin walk 2. Okay, if I click play, it works. Okay, I think something I could kind of do that while I'm at this is put some actual pants on him. So let's go to just some jeans or something. Yeah, some jeans, and I think he's got a problem with his toe. So it was in the first few frames. Okay, so we'll go here to, I think, this clothing here. Construction worker jeans. Okay, it's like I always do this. Genesis 9. Okay. All right, let's take off the shorts. Okay, base shorts. And we go now and see what happens when he walks through now. Okay, they're okay. And I don't know that, okay, but there is a problem here. This is where it would have been nice. Okay, it's up in here. It's like, okay, there's where our toe is sticking up. So if we go into this frame, okay, so we're, instead of the camera, we're going to perspective view. Let's take a look at him. Here. And there's a toe problem here. And I think if I do the morph thing, it will, and which, it's like, is it all of his toes or? Yeah, it's like all of the toes. They're not working right with these Mixamo things. All right, so we go to Genesis 9 here. We go to parameters, pose controls, feet. This is the left foot. Toe bend. We'll start with the index toe. And we'll do the mid toe. And we'll do a little bit of the okay, now what happened now if I add to this keyframe? What happens? Okay, it's doing something. Now, what happens if I step back one frame, one keyframe? Will they like pop back up? Or is this like the answer to fixing things? Like if his foot's not on the ground, you just use a morph and it's like a global thing. It kind of changes. Or pushing the toes down, are they going to like correct themselves and then that morph is going to need to be disabled so that the toes don't have the effect of the morph on it because it's corrected itself? See, so there's issues here, okay? All right, so we're going to go step back one. Okay, step back one. One keyframe, what happens? Okay, see, this is good news, you see, because they didn't just pop right back up. So it actually interpolated it back. So we can go back, we can crawl. But now, you see, but now the morph is too strong. See, so now we've got it was just in that one spot. There was something kind of screwed up. So now what we do is we fix this. And then we add the keyframe here. We just kind of correct it. Okay. And we have to wait until it's done. I've got to beware. So I hope Angus is having a lovely walk this evening. I didn't do my walk today. I came on here instead. All right, so, okay, we're still waiting for it to interpolate those frames. So we've got to move ahead also and see, because we can't just leave them on, because I have a feeling it's going to correct itself. It's going to correct itself, and then we're going to have to turn them back off again. Okay, so okay, see, they're fine there. We're going to see those feet. Okay, see? Now this is so distorted. Okay. Okay, we're going to turn the limits off on that foot. And the limits off on this. So these toe bends are saving this animation. Okay, so we move now. Okay, so we add this to this keyframe here. It's going to take a moment to interpolate. And we have a toe, we have another toe one too. We have the thumb toe, which is kind of looks like that gets totally distorted too. I don't think this problem goes, but since this was an aniblock, we may have to fix it each time. Art, welcome back, friend. Welcome back. Well, yes, he's out walking, and it's good for him. I'm very proud of the way he does that. He got me walking. And okay, so now we're going to move ahead. Okay, so now this toe looks, something's really wrong with this toe. I would say the toe should be up with the other toes, the other things. So we go here with the left big toe bend. I would say that's got to go up like that. Okay, so we've got something. Now we have to add this, I guess, to add a keyframe. That was looking really bad. We're going to have to undo these, I believe, and get them, because at some point I think it's going to kick out of this problem, and I think it looks like we got a pinky toe that's... But I think the pinky toes can hide itself pretty well. We shall see. We shall see. Okay. Okay, we're still waiting for it to write that keyframe. All right. Okay, all I did was move ahead one frame, and we got that. See, so this is like really bad now. So I think that's his esophagus. Okay, see, so this is a flaw of the Mixamo. These Mixamo left toes. Now I'm wondering, okay, I have an app here. Posemaster. Okay. Fingers. Where are the toes? Legs, hips, trunk, fingers, fingers. Hand. Okay, trunk, fingers, general. Okay, I don't see toes here. I think that I've got another one here. Right hand, left hand. Okay. All right, it didn't give me toes. Okay, so I think though we have these here, these morphs. Okay, that just bends the whole toe. That doesn't. All right, there's a way to do. Okay, you got to peel down into these. All right, left big toe. All right, the big toe looks really messed up. So this just. I think what we've got to do, like at this point here, is take this toe, the whole foot, the foot here, and we've got to go to edit, figure, okay, and then it's 0 selected items. That didn't work. Z. Okay, so there's a serious little problem here, and this is I think what might be the problem here is that the bones are in the wrong place, and how to change the bones and all of that, and adjust them, put them in the right place. Let's see, we have the bone editor here. Join. Oh no. That looks pretty messy. Are we in? I thought it was supposed to take us out of Iray here. Let's select the foot and zoom in on the foot. Okay, now we should be able to zoom around the foot. Okay. What a mess. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the toe. Big toe. The big toe. And I have no idea at all what I'm doing. None. Bend. You would think this would need to kind of go. It's times like this when I just think Blender is the way to do something like this. And what's really nice is that Character Creator actually has, looks like he's got a burn on his foot, like a water blister or something. Okay, that's from dancing too much. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to fix this. I don't know enough about this to do it. I think I've got the right toe, you know, the right bone. Or maybe not. These seem to be connected. So, yeah, this is a disaster. So, it seems as though, and maybe the Mixamo animation, this could be the converter that converts from Mixamo to the Genesis 9 figure. A 0 in the pose to specify that foot. That's what I tried to do. I'll try it again and see what happens. What happens when we move this out, okay? Or up, okay? This is the foot bone here. See, when I select the foot and I go to figure, all right, and 0 selected items pose, okay? And that's the selected item is the foot, 0. See, and that didn't do it. And see the toes, I didn't even try to move them. And they're like completely... This could also have to do with me using... No, I don't think it did, because it could have a problem with me using the Genesis 8 body shapes that were converted on Genesis 9. But I don't think that's the case. I think that's the same problem happened. See, the bones seem to be out of place. I mean, they're what's pushing this up. Okay, there's the green one. And this is just giving me the option, okay, to I'm not sure how I would see. I'm seeing translate, but I'm not seeing rotate. Active posing tool. No, that's not. See this, select this. See, I don't see rotate. I'm seeing, okay, side to side. Okay, that's that foot. Oh, because I have the index foot. All right, and now when, okay, the left toe. All right, these are the whole toes. Bend. Well, that kind of fixed it a little bit. Brought them down tiny bit. See, the bones are just in the wrong place. They're not in the right place for the Genesis 9 foot. And then select the big toe. And bend that up. Okay, well, it's sort of like side to side. Bend it a little bit more. Oh, I turned these off so that they don't so that there's no limits side to side, so I can just keep moving this over until it's like over here, and then bend it more until in the twist. But it still looks like everything's in the wrong place. Okay, then we bend it. Okay. So if I move that where you would think it would go, and over, that's the side, resizing it. Okay, then we take, once we get it kind of where we think it should be, then we move these. And look at these little teeny tiny things. Those are the toes, okay? And then there's the other part of the toe here. We select this one. And this part's got to come in here like this. If we put it in the right place where we kind of think it should go, then I would think these things would bend right. Okay, side to side. I would think these have got to come over here. But it doesn't really like act the way you think it would. And I don't know how to like rotate them. How to switch these to like rotate. You would think you could rotate them also. Oh, there's this little kind of rotation thing inside there. Holy, custom drawing, create interactive mode. Okay, that kind of brought the toe at least in the ballpark. And then we bend it up. Then we twist it. Then we bend it. Then there's this one. Okay, that's the red one. I see. I don't know what the red one does. The red, I think, might have to do with the pivot. This one just has bend. See, so once you get them kind of where they should be, then these work. They're like side to side. Well, there's one toe. Then we go to here, this part. Left toes. These are the whole toes, okay? And this could be off too. I think that's got to come like... Yeah, they are. They are messed up. Okay, this would be left index. That was a fake sneeze. It wanted me to sneeze, and then it didn't. Told you my allergies are terrible. So the left index toe. Left index toe 1. Okay, we move that over this way. And what's this do? Okay, we bring it down. And we bring it in. Okay, we bring this up in. Bring it over. Once you get it where it's kind of supposed to be, then you can use these things and they seem to work right, like the twist. Side to side twist. And bend, but they're still not in the right place. See, it's way down low. These are really difficult to see what they're doing. Side to side now might work a little better. But the thing is it's so, the toe is so long. What? Okay, but there's another piece. This one is way out. And it's got to be lined up at the end. Well, you can just kind of place it where you want it too. Okay, now I should be able to bend this toe up. All right, well, it's kind of going into place, and then this one has more motions, more like side to side. Bend, we bend that down a little bit. This one, we bend this one up. So they kind of work once you put them in the right place. Side to side. And then, okay, we have this one here. This one's got to come over here. Go down. Side to side. Okay, and then this one got to come here. This is really, this is difficult here. This one's really hard. Okay, where is that? This is the up and down one. Okay, this has to do with these being off. And bending. And then you pull it up some more. You pull it down. And then this front one is bad too. Here. This isn't in the right place. Okay. This one. Gotta come over here. This one. This toe. It's all that. It's all this bend stuff. Okay, and I think this one. It's this here. This is this. This has got a problem here. Well, yeah. I give up. Okay, bend. Yeah, I think if we turn this like that and then move this up, no, this. See, why is it pointed like down like that? Okay, so okay, I think then you bend them down. You get that to go the way you kind of think it's supposed to go. By this, by moving these. Toes. Okay, that's where it kind of pivots. Up. You get it lined where you want it to pivot, and then you move the toes. Okay, so this toe, bend. Bend. And it still doesn't quite look right, but there's something maybe. Yeah, because the top isn't right here, see? Where this. Gotta go that way. Now I wonder, like, do you have to do this for every frame? Are they going to all just jump off? Okay, so this could be like in the first frame where you look and you see all these are in the wrong place. Then you fix it and then it works right through the whole thing. Or, you know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this does, how to do this. So we go side to side, bend. Side to side, twist. Side to side, side to side, twist a little bit. Okay, it seems as though now you see this part is coming. It's almost like this piece here. Where that pivots, where this pivots. twist, side to side, and a little, and then this one here. So it's a learning experience just to kind of mess with this stuff that I've like never seen in DAZ Studio or never done before. I have seen these, and I have messed with bones a little bit before. But this still looks terrible. All right, let's go to this part here. We pull these up, maybe the toes up. That's not working. This one maybe. And this one. It's kind of better than it was, but I bet if I move this one more frame. No, it seems to, okay. This frame is where it flips right out. That one. Okay, but if I go back to this other frame, this is the one that I kind of fixed it. Kinda. So what if I like, oh, it doesn't say add keyframes or anything. Okay, let's, this is very strange. I'm not sure why. Okay, this has got to go. All right, that was 2 frames. See, that's the frame. That's the frame. Okay, go back. Oh, come on. Back a frame. Now that's terrible too. So yeah, see, this isn't working. Okay, I'll go ahead. Let's go to the ones that I fixed. Kind of fixed. Let's add keys. So I think what we have to do is take like a bunch of keyframes out. See, okay, because you can see, all right, these are the keyframes, and this is the keyframe I just added. So when we move ahead, or we move back, what if I delete that? That's the left toe too. I'm just kind of guessing what here to do. Delete. This is where things get really jerky, and then you wonder why everything's all jerky. So I guess I'm going to end this here. I don't think I'm really getting anywhere with this, and it's just a kind of mess right now with the way this is working. I don't know why the animation isn't coming into Photoshop as well. So it's just a mess. It's all a mess. So I would say, I can't say that Mixamo animations don't work with Photoshop, with DAZ. All I can say is that the form that I have them in don't seem to work because there's a toe problem. It's a Genesis 9 toe problem. And let's say go into here. Genesis 9 toe problem with mix with, that's the old, it seems like you're encountering issues with your toes, Genesis, using Mixamo. This is a common problem. There are few solutions you can try. Adjust the rigging. Sometimes the rigging of the Genesis 9 might not align perfectly with Mixamo animations. You can manually adjust the wrigglings. Oh, good, good. In the DAZ, using the joint editor tool to ensure toes are correctly positioned. Use a retargeting script. These are scripts available that help retarget Mixamo animations to fit Genesis 9 figures better. These scripts can adjust the bone structure and fix issues with toes and other parts of the body. Manually keyframe adjustments. Adjust the keyframes, like, okay, one by one for each toe, for each rotation, for each portion of the. There are fixed Mixamo animations with Jez. There are a few tutorials available. Import Mixamo animations with DAZ Studio 9. Okay, see, this is the one we watched earlier, okay? So I deleted the carpals, okay, but there, I don't think there was anything in the toes I needed to delete, but maybe I didn't delete them. See, he's not going down to the toes, he's going to the other hand, and he's moving the metacarpals. So this is to, okay, import them into, okay. Okay, I see. Do you see? He deleted a couple of things from the feet. All right? And that's maybe what I did wrong. Okay, we'll work on this. This is animation part 2. We are concluding this tutorial today. Thank you for watching, people. We'll work on more the next time. I'll have more information. I have to do research. And so in my time off, I'm working still on this channel, trying to learn this stuff. And so we can all kind of grow together with this. You can see this you can find at fix colon, import Mixamo animations with Genesis. Now you can search for this in DAZ Studio. It shows you how to export and create a Genesis 9 model. I think I kind of messed up on my Genesis 9 model. So I might have deleted the wrong bone, okay, or something like that. And it could mean that all of my animations are wrong. We'll see, but we'll learn, okay? Thank you for watching. Have a great time. Thanks for hanging around Serenity's Gate. You are awesome. Art, have a lovely evening. And Angus, if you're watching this after the fact, I hope you're having a wonderful time out and about, getting some exercise and enjoying the lovely evening weather. Take care, people. We shall talk soon. I will see you again. All my regards. Thank you for watching. It's been awesome. I've had a good time. Take care. We shall see you soon. Bye-bye.